Distinguished speakers, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Wakiya Kayoko from ACCU Nara. We are delighted to welcome you to the ACCU International Symposium on Disaster Risk Management for Cultural Heritage in the Asian Pacific region, Disaster Mitigation and Preparedness for Resilience Building. Jointly organized by the Agency for Cultural Affairs, Government of Japan, Cultural Heritage Protection Corporation Office, Asian Pacific Cultural Center for UNESCO, shortened ACCU Nara, and the National Institutes for Cultural Heritage, Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center, Japan. After 2 years of online conference, ACCU International Symposium on Disaster Risk Management will be held on-site in Nara for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Bringing together the leading professionals engaged in cultural heritage conservation and management, this symposium aims to discuss the current approaches and share experiences on how heritage can be better protected for disasters, while also contributing to the resilience of societies. The program of the day one includes one keynote speech focusing on Japanese efforts for disaster mitigation and preparedness by Professor Shimotsuma Kumiko from Kokugakuin University, and 6 case studies from the different Asian Pacific countries. Day 2 will feature a keynote speech by Ms. Aparna Tandon, speaking from ICLOM's experiences, followed by the panel discussion with the input from all panelists. Without further ado, let us move to the opening session. As a representative of our co-organizing body, Agency for Cultural Affairs, Government of Japan, ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcoming Dr. Yamashita Shinichiro, Counselor for Cultural Properties, for deliver the first opening address. Dr. Yamashita, please, floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 皆さん、こんにちは。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yamashita from the Agency for Cultural Affairs, ACA. As one of the co-organizers of the ACCU Nara International Symposium for Senior Professionals 2023, I would like to say a few words. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the many experts from Japan and abroad who have gathered here today despite the busy year-end season. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the Nara office of the Asia Pacific Cultural Center for UNESCO, the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center, Japan, and other related organizations for their efforts in making this conference possible. In order to contribute to the protection of cultural heritage in the Asia-Pacific region, the Agency of Cultural Affairs has commissioned the ACCU Nara to conduct capacity building programs such as inviting cultural heritage protection officers from various countries to participate in training programs and holding workshops abroad. Since its inception, ACCU Nara has conducted such a human resource development program for 24 years, producing a large number of participants and accumulating a training know-how. Uh, 765 people from 40 countries have participated in the program through to 2023. In the Asia-Pacific region, where various natural disasters occur every year, the issue of how to protect cultural properties is a common challenge for all countries. And the situation surrounding cultural heritage in each country is different and each country may have its own unique challenges. Against such a background, such international symposium workshops have been held for the theme of the protection of cultural heritage in the past 2 years, and this is the third international symposium and workshop. I hope that this symposium will be a fruitful opportunity to share and exchange opinions on various case studies from countries in the Asia-Pacific region, and to organize the issues identified in the past 2 years, and to discuss how to address them from normal times for the disaster risk reduction of cultural heritage. I also hope that this symposium will help develop human resources in the field of cultural heritage protection and further enhance the network among those in charge of cultural heritage protection and management. In conclusion, I would like to offer my best wishes to all participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yamashita. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Morimoto Susumu, Director of ACCU Nara, to offer his greetings. Mr. Morimoto, please take the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet you on behalf of the organizers of this meeting, Asia Pacific Cultural Center for UNESCO, which is quite a long name, so please just call us ACCU Nara. ACCU Nara provides training programs for cultural property stakeholders in the Asia-Pacific region commissioned by the Agency for Cultural Affairs. There are 4 types of training programs, namely group training inviting 15 people from 15 countries, a separate thematic training digging deep into specific themes, and workshops conducted outside of Japan in specific countries, and the International Symposium, which starts from today. We hold the International Symposium every year as a forum for experts from in and out of Japan to exchange views. In past symposiums, we listened to reports from experts in the Asia-Pacific region on areas of concern for that year and had discussions. There were also occasions in which we held public symposiums together with our meetings. In international symposiums, we also had cases where we chose a theme spanning over multiple years so that we can deepen our discussion, taking more time. This is the format that we are taking for our meeting, which started 2 years ago. For the 3 years starting 2 years ago, we are discussing a disaster risk management for cultural heritage in the Asia-Pacific region. In 2021, the sub-theme was case studies of emergency response and issues. Last year, in 2022, we discussed post-disaster recovery and resilience building. This year, we are going to deal with disaster mitigation and preparedness for resilience building to wrap up the 3 discussions. To the speakers from overseas, thank you very much for coming to Japan. I also thank the Japanese speakers and the observers for their kind participation. I hope that there will be active discussions. We had to go through trial and error to seek ways to hold international meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is for the first time since 2019 that we have most of the speakers gathering at one place. I'm sure that a face-to-face meeting will bring about results that cannot be obtained from online meetings. In closing, I would like to end by expressing my appreciation to the co-organizers, the Agency for Cultural Affairs and the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center Japan, as well as to all institutions and parties for their kind cooperation in holding today's International Symposium. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Kozuma Yosei, Director of Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center Japan, to deliver his opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I extend to all of you a heartfelt welcome to Japan and to Nara. I am Kozuma of the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center, Japan. I would like to greet you on behalf of our center, which together with ACCU and the Agency for Cultural Affairs is an organizer of this symposium. This international symposium is the final meeting of the three-year project which started in 2021, where we have been discussing the current state and issues of disaster risk management of cultural properties in the Asia-Pacific region. Disaster risk management involves emergency response right after the occurrence of the disaster, which is followed by the recovery and restoration, disaster mitigation measures, and the preparation of emergency disaster measures. As a whole society experiences this process, the basic idea is to develop a disaster risk management spiral to enhance resilience of the society. From the standpoint of this disaster risk management spiral, in 2021, we discussed emergency response and issues, and in 2022, we discussed post-disaster recovery and resilience building. And in this final year, 2023, the theme of our discussion is disaster mitigation and preparedness for resilience building. By having country reports and discussions, we are to wrap up the three-year project on disaster risk management of cultural properties in the Asia-Pacific region. In the past 2 years, we focused on each process in the disaster risk management spiral, but without losing sight of the overarching theme at the same time. This year, we are focusing on disaster mitigation and preparedness. Disaster mitigation is related to measures that reduce the anticipated damage, whereas preparedness is related to measures that are taken for unanticipated damage. As such, we would need to address not only technical aspects, but also community-related issues as well. In addition to social issues of urbanization, depopulation, and economic disparities, we are facing the global issue of climate change. Given this situation, I believe we need to have discussion to think about the fundamental significance of why we are trying to protect our cultural properties from disasters. This year, we welcome Professor Shimotsuma as our moderator, who has engaged in protection of cultural properties over many years and has been leading the activities related to disaster risk management of cultural properties in Japan. As the final year of this project, I believe we will be able to sum up our thoughts on the protection of cultural properties and its significance from a new perspective of disaster risk management. I look very much forward to listening to your reports and to your active discussions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kozuma. Next up, it is my pleasure to introduce and welcome our distinguished guests who are present today as the representatives of our partner organizations, providing support and professional advices. From Nara National Research Institute for Cultural Properties, Dr. Kato Shinji, Deputy Director. And Dr. Shoda Shinya, Head of International Cooperation Section, Department of Planning and Coordination. From Tokyo National Research Institute for Cultural Properties, Mr. Kanai Ken, Head of Resource and Systems Research Section, Japan Center for International Cooperation in Conservation. From Nara Prefecture Government, Mr. Mori Masayuki, Director, Cultural Resource Utilization Division, and World Heritage Office, Culture, Education, and Creative Living Department. And from Nara City Board of Education, Mr. Matsura Iwami, Director of Cultural Properties Division. Once again, thank you so much for joining us today. Moving on, let us introduce and welcome the speakers and commentators of this year's symposium. Keynote speech of the day 1 will be delivered by Professor Shimotsuma Kumiko, Department of Tourism and Community Development, Kokugakuin University, Japan. Apart from her keynote speech, Professor Shimotsuma will be moderating the discussion, including the panel scheduled for tomorrow. Case study presentations. From China, Ms. Yihan Guo, Project Manager, Consulvision Consulting Company. From Indonesia, Mr. Hari Setiawan, Cultural Heritage Preservation Advisor and Conservation Technician. Museum and Cultural Heritage, Unit of Borobudur World Heritage, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. From Japan, Mr. To Takahiro, Chief Documentation Specialist, Wakayama Prefectural Archives. From Malaysia, Dr. Amin Chi, General Manager, Georgetown World Heritage Incorporated. Case study from Nepal will be presented by Professor Shakyalata, Kinugasa Research Organization. Kinugasa Research Organization, Institute of Disaster Mitigation for Urban Cultural Heritage, Ritsumeikan University, Japan. And finally, from New Zealand, Ms. Amanda Oates, Senior Heritage Advisor. Heritage Team Planning and Consents, Christchurch City Council. Additionally, commentary will be delivered by Dr. Kozuma Yosei and Mr. Morimoto Susumu from organizing bodies. Let us now move to the core part of this symposium. I'd like to invite Professor Shimotsuma Kumiko, Kokugakuin University, to deliver a speech on Japanese efforts for disaster mitigation and preparedness for resilience building. Professor Shimotsuma started her professional career in the Agency for Cultural Affairs, Government of Japan, where she held some relevant positions in the field of built heritage. She was seconded to the UNESCO World Heritage Center and ICLON, and based on her national and international experience, she served as a key coordinator of the International Expert Meeting on Cultural Heritage and Disaster Resilient Committees within the framework of the Third World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, which took place in March 2015, Sendai, Japan. With this, Professor Shimotsuma, the floor is yours.
Minasan, おはようございます。
Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I should like to take some time to go through how to prepare for disasters of various kinds. And at your hand, I believe you have received my resume. So basically, I'd like to go along with this resume as I speak. At the very back of the paper on page 13 and page 14, you may find some page tables. In my presentation, I would like to refer to these two tables, so please refer to them when I need to speak about them in detail. Now, as has been introduced, I am now at Kokugakuin University, but from 1994 for about 3 decades, I was working in Cultural Affairs Agency of Japan, and I see my previous colleagues here, and when required, I'm sure that they are going to give some additional comments. 2 years later, and the following year, there was a great Hanshin Awaji earthquake in 1995, and then East Japan, a great earthquake, and in 2016, Kumamoto earthquake. So those were the major earthquakes we had to deal with as I worked in the cultural agency. Therefore, there were so many things we had to think about disasters and how to prepare for them. But my area specialty is the preservation and conservation of cities, urban areas. So how cultural heritage links with the urban planning and the city building, that has been a very important theme. And disaster management has been one of such things I had to think about. So how to use the cultural heritage in normalcy and how we need to protect them in case of emergencies such as disasters are the main themes I'd like to speak about. First, on page 1 and page 2 of my paper, there was some important information background. There are 2 things. Firstly, in Japan in 2018 and 2021, there were major revisions of the Act of Cultural Property Protection. And so, first, I would like to go through what are the purposes of 2 major amendments, revisions. As you can see on the screen, and as some of you may know already, under the Japanese cultural protection law, there are 3 kinds of cultural property. And they had been, for instance, tangible cultural properties and monuments, they are included. And also in 1950, intangible cultural assets were added. So those are the 3 major categories of cultural properties under the law. And then with the rapid development of economy in 1975, folk cultural properties and also the groups of traditional buildings were added as new categories to be protected. As you can see from this table, with the very rapid changes of society, with the rapid progress of Japanese economy, we saw many damages and loss of traditions and practices and traditional properties, including traditional townscape. And in 1975, in Japan, was at the peak of the population growth. Around that time, there was a massive inflow of population into urban areas, whereas the local communities suffered a depopulation. So in local rural areas, the loss of young people was a very important serious issue, while in urban areas, there were many social issues and problems due to a rapid urbanization. Those were the background. And in 2004, cultural landscapes, a new category was formed in Japan. Japanese population increase actually turned from positive to negative growth. That was at the time another new category, groups of traditional buildings, was added. This means that in rural areas, the agricultural population declined so rapidly, and so even to protect such ordinary scenery, a landscape become very difficult. So as a social issue of protecting such a economy and also a traditional landscape, cultural landscapes were added as a new category to be protected under the law. So cultural properties close to our life were added into the legal framework, especially the places of our daily life has been added to something to be protected. But Japanese properties protection has been quite rigorous for many years. So under the law, there were things which couldn't be protected, and also the legal protection under the law did not necessarily meet the requirement of the times over the years. One good example is the houses of people. Those were houses and they were refurbished, but they were demolished, or in the construction of a dam, or the village was to be lost. But in order to preserve some of those old houses, they were relocated to another site. In certain cases, today, there are few young people who have experienced living in such a traditional houses. To so preserve such a traditional houses has become very difficult. And after all, many other things do change in our daily life. For instance, traditional festivals or our food. How to protect and preserve those traditional customs and practices is also an emerging issue over the years. And so those issues actually in 1990s surfaced in 1990s. In the previous framework of protection, there were many problems newly created, and also we had to face a situation where we have to consider how to preserve those or relatively new ones, and also we need to pay attention to some new emerging issues. And so not just a rigorous protection, but also another way approach where the good ones were to be protected while they were being used by people. And because of the use, people would be more willing to preserve them. And also, in addition to tangible ones, a registered system began in 1996, and that was to be applied to tangible cultural properties. And then 2004, monuments and the scenic places and also historical sites and some of the tangible folk cultural properties were applied with the system of registered system, which gave a more relaxed form of conditions and preservation. And then in 2018, the registered system was further expanded to intangible funds. So among the 4 types of cultural properties, the priority was of course given to certain kinds of cultural properties, and they are tangible, intangible, and the folk cultural properties, both intangible and intangible, and monuments. On all those 4 kinds, they are now covered by registered system too. That was the major changes given in the amendment of the law in 2021. And then in 2018, the law was given another amendment before 2021. And what are the amendments in 2018? Regarding the conservation use plan of those cultural properties, the Agency of Cultural Affairs are given authority to certify such a plan of conservation and utilization, and also not only for in each property, but also the local authorities and local autonomies were to draw a master plan for conservation and utilization, and those plans could be certified by the Agency of Cultural Affairs. Background for this particular amendment is as follows. With population decline, there were fewer people who can manage and conserve cultural properties. So there had to be an environment where the whole communities could work together. And in order for that to happen, there should be a good plan in each locality. And that was the wish on the part of the central government and Cultural Affairs Agency. Also, by having the inbound tourism, we wanted to get more foreign reserves, and those 2 points can be understood as the reason why such a conservation and utilization plan certification system began in 2018. Why did I spend some time on talking about such information, be it the registered system or be it the formation of conservation utilization plans? In a sense, our experience from the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake has a lot to do with those changes. And after this, the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake, how disaster risk reduction has progressed in Japan in connection with those changes in the law, and what we have done so far, and what are the challenges we still have to work upon. And those are the reasons I have gone through such background information. The time is limited for my talk, but this is the background against which I would like to proceed with my presentation. Now, on page 14, you can find a table, and there you can see the cultural properties designated by central government, and in those earthquakes, what and how many of what kind of properties have been damaged among designated cultural properties. As the number of damages, the immobile ones, such as buildings and houses, they have a very big number, and especially most of them are buildings. And this is very clear from this table. And also, in Hanshin Awaji earthquake, there were no registered systems, so there are no numbers. But for Great East Japan earthquake and Kumamoto earthquake, the number of the registered tangible cultural properties, they have been damaged in large numbers. By having such a registered system, we are able to identify what cultural properties are damaged after a disaster like an earthquake. I was surprised that I have only 3 minutes to go, but it was not. So what I have lost where I was. So a registered system, that is a good system which allow us to identify what cultural properties are damaged by a disaster like an earthquake. And it allows us to do a quick study and research on how and where they have been damaged. So what we need to think about is that even with the registered system, we still have to know how many undesignated, non-designated ones and those not on registered systems are being damaged. Now, at the time of Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake, the Kinki chapter of the Japanese Architectural Society did a volunteer work to survey what the damages are done, basically. So they took the lead in doing such a survey right after the earthquake. As a registered properties, there wasn't such a system back in those days, but according to their survey, it was over 1,000 items they studied, and they studied 1,039 properties. And on those 1,039 items, the central, prefectural, and local authorities found that all of those 1,039 cases were not on any registered system or designation. But whether this number was high or low, there was no knowing how. What is the? I'm sure that there were many more properties which were damaged or which had to be demolished. That is something we could only imagine later. What was lost in the earthquake, that itself was not known after all. So decades later, in retrospect, that would affect our interpretation of the history concerning the cultural properties.
So according to the survey of the Japanese Association of Architects, 1,039 cases, most of them had been demolished in about 6 months' time and have disappeared. Of course, the Hyogo Prefecture, regarding undesignated buildings, provided financial assistance for reconstruction, but by that time already most of such damaged buildings had already disappeared or were demolished. And when you survive disasters without thinking seriously about something else, you immediately undertake a recovery and reconstruction effort, because that is the first thing that you need to undertake. And since there was such a situation in Hyogo Prefecture, I'm talking about what is written on page 3. Cultural properties had to be more widely recognized, and Hyogo Prefecture came to the understanding that there needs to be a list created. And in coming up with such a list, there needs to be a system in place so that such a list could be utilized effectively. And such a proposal was made to the prefectural government. You see A, B, C, D at the bottom of page 3. So let's go over what that means. A means that there is a need to have a listing system. And what is essential is that whenever a list is created, the list needs to be created beyond the scope of legally defined cultural properties. And the second point is that not only is it important to have such a list, that is not enough. We need to give effort to train experts. That is another proposal that is being made. So this has led to the current Japanese system of heritage managers, people who can appropriately recognize what is the situation and to give appropriate advice to the owner and to make proposals to the administration. That is important in order to make full utilization of the list. And therefore, a registration bank for experts was recognized as being important. What is written in C is that, as I have already mentioned, among the cultural properties in heritage, even if they may be targets for restoration, in some cases they are demolished nevertheless. And therefore, it is necessary to take measures while understanding the process before the owners decide to demolish them. And finally, it is important to think about the whole aspect, including the regional economic development. At the Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake, heritage manager had been proposed, and this is something that we need to be mindful of and do not forget. These points A, B, C, and D means that there needs to be a spiral created starting from the list creation. So I think this is the lesson that we learned from the Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake. I'm sorry, I'm not showing you any images on the screen, but going to page 4, I would like to talk about the heritage registration system that I've talked about. Social society needs to become more interested in cultural properties like old homes, and also the modern buildings and heritage needs to be utilized more effectively. When social recognition and awareness is raised, and in order to make sure that such awareness and understanding is fostered, we thought it was important to come up with a registration system. In the case of Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake, that was not the case. In order to understand the importance of each and every building, Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake's lesson was to provide some sort of a list. The registration system, therefore, was a step made forward by learning from the Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake. So the cultural heritage registration system was a new step that was created on top of the list creation. Currently, people are intent on increasing the registered cultural heritage. But that should not be the purpose. We should try to focus more on the cultural trend that we can identify from these cultural heritage. And therefore, in order to foster such understanding, we should make full use of the registration system. The Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake created for us that sort of a lesson. The fact that such thought was born from a major disaster such as the Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake is something that we should be proud of. Many people made great effort in the recovery and restoration phase after the earthquake, but I think we should think and respect the depth of the thought that went with the protection of cultural heritage as a result of that major disaster. So such movement basically started from Hyogo Prefecture, where the Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake took place. Currently, there are training courses held in 46 out of 47 prefectures to train heritage managers, and this course is provided by the Architectural Association in the prefecture, and the Heritage Network points out that there are over 5,000 heritage managers now. But there are successful cases and less successful cases depending on the prefectures. The best case of success is the Hyogo Prefecture, because the Hyogo Prefecture started out and initiated the heritage manager training courses. At the same time, it opened up the window of access for further expansion of the courses, so that when the people finish the course, a network is created for the people who attended the training course, and making sure that they are able to put their knowledge to use in various localities. And they were trained on how to identify the cultural properties and to think about how to promote active utilization of such heritage. Currently, there is quite a lot of registered cultural properties in Japan, and Hyogo Prefecture ranks number 2 in the number. At the top of page 6, you'll find the numbers. This is as of December 1st, 2023. These are buildings, registered cultural properties. A total is 13,761 for Japan. And Osaka ranks number 1 with 836, which is followed by 753 of Hyogo Prefecture, ranking number 2. So the question is, what sort of effective mechanism to come up with? When you start out with that thought, you tend to succeed, and not just trying to work out the formalities. The starting point should be trying to come up with an effective mechanism rather than just following formalities and trying to focus on the formal aspects. Now, from here, now that we have a larger number of heritage managers, then in case of disasters, what have we done and what is still left as challenge? So now I would like to show you some pictures from here. We are talking about the important preservation districts for groups of traditional buildings. There are 6 important preservation districts experiencing considerable devastation in the Great East Japan earthquake. Makabe in Sakuragawa City, Ibaraki Prefecture, and Sawara in Katori City, Chiba Prefecture. I have taken up these 2 cases, but here I would like to take the example of Sawara in Katori City, Chiba Prefecture in particular here. Please follow me from the bottom part of page 6. Now, here I would like to switch to PowerPoint slides. Sawara in Katori City, as you see in this picture, of course, has some Western type of buildings, but more recently, in order to be ready for possible fires, there have been sturdy concrete type of or stone buildings made. These are types of traditional buildings, together with such model buildings, are placed in along the streets, forming a cross. What is shown in red and here, bright red, is on the southern tip of this red area is where Sawara in Katori City is located. So the magnitude and the seismic intensity was quite large. Seismic intensity was around 5. So what was the damage that was seen? This is the townscape along Onogawa River. Towards the back of this street, you can see that the roof towers have fallen, and the wooden structure has also been damaged somewhat. And regarding this The street, once again, roof tiles have fallen, and the gate has been damaged because of liquefaction. The bottom of the Onoga River rose, and the ground itself slanted towards the river because of liquefaction. This is the damage due to liquefaction. The ground has slid sideways, and the riverbed has risen. So the road has been pulled towards the river. You see these pink lines. This is the border of Katori City. And to the north, where it is colored, this is where the liquefaction was seen. The orange is the farmland, and the pink is the built-up area. And to the west, facing the built-up area, there is a red circle where the preservation district for groups of traditional buildings exist. Right after the earthquake occurred on March 11, and the record was taken of what has happened since then. So the earthquake took place on March 11, and on March 14, emergency safety check started. So in 3 days' time, emergency safety was checked on damaged buildings. Now, what was this about? Whether buildings are damaged or not damaged, that was what they checked. But in view of possible aftershocks, the idea was trying to assess what was the extent of possible secondary damage. And there were buildings that were not that serious. There were buildings that needed repair. So such differentiation was made. And the stickers like this were placed. The green was placed on buildings which were not that much damaged. The middle yellow, limited entry because of need for caution, and the red was showing that the building was unsafe to enter. Once you have stickers on the buildings, the owners tend to be very much worried. Once the red sticker is placed on the building, the owner would be very much worried that he or she would not be able to live in that building anymore. So it would motivate the owner to demolish the building, and therefore the Katori City officer, 2 of them, inquired with the boss and decided that in the important preservation districts, the stickers will not be placed. Instead, information was presented to the owners as to what was the situation, and if it was required, they set up ropes around hazardous locations or implemented needed emergency treatments instead of placing the stickers. And the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism also gave order to urge caution to prevent the demolition of cultural properties without thorough consideration restoration possibilities. Now, what took place after that? On April 5th, less than a month from the earthquake, in Katori City, a consultation started for repair of buildings. And 40-some owners came to that meeting, according to my understanding. It was important to tell the owners that there would be financial assistance for the owners to repair. And I think that gave a sense of security and safety for the owners, because there was the system for demolition using public money as well. Immediately after the earthquake, of course, the road needed to be cleared of debris like roof tiles. And if left as is, they would be all cleared away. So we need to ask the owners to collect those building materials that were scattered on the streets, so that could be possibly reused, for instance, and will not be thrown away. And also, if application is filed, public money could be used for such demolition work if the owner ultimately decides to demolish the building. And the Agency of Cultural Affairs on April 12 went in to conduct a damage survey.
ですけれども、for ACA and the works which have been done by ACA and the things which can be done by the local authorities are different in nature. The ones done by cities are as follows. They try to check the level of the damage and how they are able to repair them, and they try to put it in the brain or in the head. And on the other hand, for ACA activities, if they start to do such a thorough evaluation, they are not able to make the whole coverage. So they prepare the list of the damage. And very simply, oh, that's the damage on the roof, and that's the damage, minor, on the wall, rather blurred. This is a list of the data of the damage. And if there is the larger damage of the roof, this is the unit price. And for the ones which has the minor damage in the wall, that's the unit price we offer. So they try to calculate the damage amount and cost related immediately, because they try to come up with a very confident level of damage. Otherwise, they are not able to secure the public financial assistance. So when they go in there are two steps or the different types of the approaches for evaluation of the damages. One very meticulous and thorough, and the other very simplified but yet succinct calculation. In order to come up with the exact damage, there are fewer experienced people. So whenever there is a such incident taking place, we are not able to quickly fix this. So to try to calculate the damage level, that kind of methodology have to be also prepared before anything happens. For this matter, there was not the follow-up response to this. Now we have come up with the damage, and for the disaster recovery project, the commencement of the subsidies will be provided starting from the 1st of July. The preparation was made. It's not that the assistance has been given on that day, but there has to be the application started on the 1st of July. That's the very important sign given from the authority. From the first stage of the earthquake, immediately after, not Katori, but Makabe City, the person in charge said there are a lot of inhabitants who are very much concerned at nighttime, and we had a conversation on the telephone. We were able to respond to their concerns. So from day to day, together with those administrative works, it is necessary for us to give the comfort to the minds of the inhabitants, so that they would be able to get rid of the idea of demolition of the total deconstruction. But having said that, 17 hectares or 20 hectares land site. Because of this small area, 2 people will be able to do that. So if they are required to do this to the very wide areas of the center of the city, it is not possible for 2 people to respond. We need to be prepared with enough human resources from day to day. What are the things needed after something happens? That has to be already considered. To do this heritage manager development and local communities help and support organizations are requirements for the preparedness. Now, liquefaction I talked about. I would like to go into the details. As for the liquefaction, as I have said, on the flat ground, there is the very wetty, muddy ground, and there is the movement of the ground. And over the earth and the ground, there will be ups and downs on the level. Therefore, because of the ground subsidence, there is the subsidence of the building, including the foundation of the house. So this used to be this. So the foundation will be lopsided like this. But we have had this kind of idea that there is the potential of liquefaction happening before the incidents. So from day to day, they have asked the owners to use the flat foundation, and the houses should be placed on that flat foundation. So the types of the foundation, just placing the houses on the surfing or the on this foundation by using this foundation. This main body of the structure, you can only place the foundation, but underneath the eaves, there is no foundation created. So this was pulled together with the ground when there are moves of the shakes. So probably we need to make further improvement in order to for us to come up with the foundation which can support the whole house. In Sawara, there was one concern, how we are able to fix and the roof tiles. The roof tiles go down and dropped. And it is natural when something or the big shakes or the moves come, all the heavy stuffs, including the roof or tiles, will fall because of the lessening of the load on the structure. But the owner is not able to bear with this, so they don't like those tiles coming down. And also pedestrians, tourists, even one piece of the tile of the roof is quite dangerous for them. Therefore, in Sawara, in the past, it was the original way by fixing the tiles by using the soil, not for this one, right here. In the earlier example, they tried to place the tiles by using the soil. But we have decided not to use this methodology. So this is a change given to the traditional methodology. How? By way of soil, you need to place the tiles. But we use the stainless screws as well to fix and make it stable. And as for the tiles on the roof, you need to use the nails to fix them. We had a lot of discussion. Is it okay that we get rid of the soil fixation? But we need to look at the total structures and landscape, we thought. It's not that we are going to get rid of the soil fixing, but as for the ordinary methods, we try to make that change, but we try to keep some part of the soil fixation of the tiles on the roof. I clearly remember what we discussed. This is how we have done in the prepare. As for liquefaction, the difficulty lies in the following. Usually, at the time of the ordinary earthquake, foundation stays as it is, but the structures or the buildings are slanted and moves. But in the case of liquefaction, there is the deviation or the movement of the foundation, but the structures stay as they are. But damage, this slant, the degree of the column can be the basis. In the liquefaction, in the ordinary moves of the earthquake, not very dangerous, but even if you think this is not dangerous, but actually they are not safe. But there are some potential risks to their structures. Even if you think apparently they are safe, but they are dangerous in the true sense of the word. But for this matter, probably this has not been changed today. In Sawara, they are very earnest and enthusiastic as to how they are able to make the improvement of the structure of townhouses. They continue to do the improvement because of the earthquake, because they witnessed how severely they were hit. Is it only for them to just protect these structures? Don't you think it is necessary to make the improvement for the structural methodologies of construction and building of the houses? Those are some of the points discussed there. In Sawara Townhouse, they are the newly created one. They are now provided as the free of charge rest house. Some of the features of this townhouse is as follows. Traditional construction methods were kept, but anti-seismic cores were added to make it stronger. On those anti-seismic core areas, coffee shop is available. Coffee is now served there. This is indeed the traditional construction houses, but we need to add more anti-seismic methodology. This is the idea provided to this townhouse. I believe I only have 10 minutes to go. Another point we need to keep in our mind is this. Restoration of the disasters, that impact lingers, continues to stay longer. Maybe you can come up with the repair works in 3 or 4 years, but the difficulties are what are the remaining portion in Katori and the Sawara and Makabo of Sakuragawa. I don't think there are any constructions of the structures which were lost. But the difficulty is, even if they are damaged, the owners don't want to spend any money because there is no use for them. And they are not, of course, able to afford them. And they become the vacant houses. How are we going to deal with those vacant houses? That is the very severe question in the past 2 or 3 years. In Katori, I think they were very lucky because there is a company called Nipponia. That's the township development company. They tried to find the vacant houses and they rent them and they converted that to the hotels and they tried to provide them in the center of the house. The background of which is 2020 or maybe earlier than that. the cabinet office head, the cabinet secretary, chief secretary has took the initiative to start the task force. The cabinet secretary has never been involved in the preservation of the cultural heritage in the past, but he took the initiative to convert the repaired houses or the vacant houses into the hotels. Of course, why? I think there is the heightening of the awareness of that, and Nipponia appeared, and in several places in Japan, they are now developing the hotels. I believe they will continue to do such hotel development by using the vacant houses. In Sawara, that is not the exception. So to those traditionally preserved heritage areas, how is it possible for them to come in? Because there is the accumulation of the structures and houses. They have been maintained for many years. They are clearly maintained. So the investment in those areas is effective and efficient for the investors. So amongst all those tourist destinations, we try to only satisfy the demands of the tourists, but rather we try to focus on how we would be able to make the use of those houses. We have to have the very clear-cut image to try to make the best use of the cultural heritages and houses. In Sawara, in the beginning, of course, there were a lot of problems. For example, the unknown stranger project manager, who has nothing to do with this Sawara, comes to talk to them. And then they get very much isolated. And there was a delay to file the application for the change of the cultural heritage landscape, and there were some violations pointed out for such undertakings. But Katori people are very admirable. Even in such difficulties, they try their best to have the thorough communication with the developer and provide the technical cooperation with them. And they were very tenacious and worked very long. And this is the result of the repair. So those are accommodation facilities and hotels, and those buildings with the broken tiles, they provided them after the repair as the hotels, reception, and the restaurants and accommodation. And there are 4 different building sites in Sawara. So in that sense, they are lucky in their development of the township. But by inviting those activities, they made a lot of efforts to find the investor in the site. After the year 2000 or so, there has been a better and improvement scheme. The landscape law was created by Ministry of Land and Infrastructure. This is the basic law to control the landscape. And also in 2008, there was a law to create the historic town. This is the business-based law. There is not going to be any restriction by applying this law in the overall location if there is a plan to maintain the historic sites. If it is designated by the central government, with the cultural heritage and important properties, and also the various properties which are recognized as the historic sites and places of scenic beauty or natural monuments. There are a lot of those structures and historic landscapes still remaining in the site. And if there are some historical activities remaining, for example, sake brewing or festivals, those locations can be designated as the important destinations. For the sites which were designated as the important site, if there is a list prepared, central government will start to give the assistance to them. So this law was linked with the city development with the cultural heritage protection. I believe this is expected to play an important role. There is Takayama in Gifu Prefecture, very historic city. It's not that they use this law, but in the beginning of the preservation activities, there was the very famous traditional festival. There are floats, and floats were supported by each community. And these floats are the central figure of the festival, and they have created the streets alongside of those activities, and they have introduced the self-defense fire brigades to protect those streets and floats. In that sense, by looking how they are doing, I started to have the very strong confidence, and I hope we will be able to develop such activities to the other places in Japan as well. But having said that, the problem is there is a central government designated cultural heritage. There are 6 areas, and there are different designation schemes by the city and by the prefectures. And they started to develop the registration system and the world heritages, and there are some city designated heritages. And also, if you look at from the different perspectives, landscape, law protected areas, as well as the landscape and the buildings which can be maintained by the historic township development. So many different laws and regulations and the schemes. The system and scheme itself becomes too complex for the ordinary people to fully understand. And even the persons in charge in the administration in the local authorities are having difficulties in understanding. So as for landscape, we have been discussing very meticulously with the inhabitants, but they converted that to the public comment scheme. And a very simplified scheme has been implemented. And there are some good ones, but for those new undertakings based on the silo of the governments, and they are not able to put their hands to the people who are in real needs. How are we going to make the use of those laws and regulations and systems? We need to catch up with the development of the system. This seems to be one of the bottlenecks in Japan. And in 2018, there was a revision of the law. I said, there is the community plan, which will be designated by the head of the Agency of Cultural Affairs. Whenever we prepare the registration on the list, if we can come up with a list at the time of the disasters, we thought it will be possible to make the best use of those list of registrations. But today, each different department and division is under the charge and responsibility of different heritages or the properties. Is it possible to have the good grips on overall properties at the time of disasters? So as the cultural properties and including the various multifaceted types of the properties, this plan to protect the community based on the heritages, those have to be effectively utilized, and those have to be put into practice for implementation at the time of the disasters in the real scenario. So historically, I have been talking about from the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake and rescue of the cultural properties and doctor businesses and heritage managers. And Kozuma-san is heading the center, which is very critical. We have experienced a lot of developments, but on the real ground, there are still issues and problems. Unless we try to make the solution to those problems, we will be in trouble at the time of disasters. And those prepared things have to be done at the time of the normal conditions. And we need to come up with various solutions to the problems before anything happens. Just for your reference, this is the pictures of Kawagoe. Sorry, I have used up all the time. This is Saitama Prefecture, northern part of Tokyo, Kawagoe. The purple solid color area is the traditional cultural properties protection area. Overall, by landscape law, there is the protection. And in front of them, there are focused areas, and the rule books and guidebooks are available to match the different characteristics of the different communities, especially. This used to be the castle town, and there were some communities surrounding the castle. There is the height restriction, not harsh as the traditional building code, but by using the regulations, they try to regulate the various aspects. What are the routes of the festivals? And those communities were surrounded by the temples and the shrines, and there was a small community surrounding the temple. Those are also the focused area we need to look into. And also Kawagoe has developed as the castle town, and there is the river running through the ground of Kawagoe. We need to look at the importance of Kawagoe, so we need to look at the overall landscape to look at the Kawagoe area. And whenever there are some features overlapping, we are going to apply the various laws to protect those areas, including the landscape law. This is the symbol of a bell of Kawagoe. Surrounding them, however, you do not see any modern condominiums surrounding this facility. I think it's about time to close my remarks. But once again, when I try to look back, although there are things which were lacking and requires further improvement, once again, we need to come back to the positioning of a registration system and how we are able to look at the background of development of heritage manager. Those are the things I would like you to reflect upon so that we are able to find the importance of the cultural heritage closely linked with the fire and disaster prevention. But having said that, the reduction of disaster requires the grassroots activities, but also the commandment and control. There has to be the thorough plan based on the basic law for the disaster prevention. Each authority has to come up with the guideline for the disaster control. On the part of the local authorities, they are required to come up with a guideline for the disaster prevention and reduction. At the time of the use of those guidelines, the communities are rather limited for you to deal with. But in the real disaster timing, you need to communicate with the people who are strangers to them and they have not been aware of the importance of the cultural properties from day to day. You need to enhance the understanding of them, and then the overall consideration should be given from day-to-day businesses in administration for the importance of the cultural properties. From now on, we need to be specialized in the cultural property protection in the area of the disaster control and reduction. And in 2018, they have stopped to review the disaster reduction programs. And in the Agency of Cultural Affairs, I'm pretty sure that they are going to come up with the review thoroughly in the near future to deal with the protection of the cultural properties for the purpose of the disaster reduction and control. Thank you very much for listening.
Professor Shimotsuma, thank you very much for your speech and for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation through Japanese experience and efforts after 2 major earthquakes. Now, I'd like to open the floor for the questions and comments for 10 minutes until 11:35. So if you have any questions and comments, please press the microphone on/off button for a floor request. And I would like to pass the floor to our commentators to facilitate the discussion. Mr. Morimoto, please.
Is there anyone who has a question or comment for this speech? Yes.
Hi, I'm Ang from Georgetown. I totally like your presentation. Thank you very much. It's really inspiring. And in particular, the terms on heritage manager, because we who take care of World Heritage Site, we call ourselves as site managers. So it's very interesting to understand the concept have been used since 2012 and the success and also your analysis. I totally agree and prevent for the disaster. Then it comes to a lot of questions that if you have time, can you please cases. During disaster, heritage manager cannot go in. It's the fire prevention team, the police can go in. So then who is authorized to go in to do safety check? And do we get the participation from the heritage owner or the users in that process, which I think is important so that they don't sell their building and give up after that. And of course, like, the loss of the community that you mentioned and where the hotel business come in is a trend that it can be a good and bad, because if we are overdoing that and we lost the local communities totally, then it will be a town of ghosts. But once again, thank you very much for all the work you have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. A lot of questions. Thank you very much indeed. I'm not sure I am able to answer all the questions, but regarding the heritage managers, about their background, this is shown in parenthesis 4. You can find how to develop or train heritage managers. I think that's page 4 in the English papers, heritage manager training. これは地域の歴史文化的な保存、それから利用を促進する人たちということで、その一般名としてということになっています。つまり地域歴史文化遺産保存活用推進ということで。
れないので、情報をお願いしたいと思うんですけれど。
There are many more who are well versed this. But basically, this is the effort by the Society of Architects. So architects are the main players. But those who are architects or who have the degree in architecture, not the only one, but the people, civil servants or students, they can also join as heritage managers, as I understand. Regarding this particular point, the prefectures may have a different qualification, but basically those are the backgrounds to what is called heritage manager. Did I answer your question regarding heritage managers? Your second question was, what was it?
Assessment check, the
そうです
safety
アセスメン
check.
トチェック、はい、失礼しました
Yeah, heritage manager. Who give the permit to put the sticker, and the community, do they get involved?
Yeah, I understand. いろんな
Well, there are many settings, but heritage managers, things that they are expected to do is right after the disaster, such as an earthquake, to see the extent of damages, what are damaged, and what is the extent of damages. To understand this is one of the role expected on heritage managers, as I understand. So, heritage managers, for them to go into the affected site, their safety, their own safety, have to be assured, and also people have to have a trust in them, because they go and look into the private houses. So they need to have the confidence from the people concerned. And also, the community has to have the environment where they would accept such people coming into their areas and their houses. Such a procedure is necessary. So not just heritage managers, but the local authorities and the bodies such as the National Cultural Property Heritage Center may also play an important role. So for heritage managers to be safe and to be given a confidence by people there has to be some adjustment made prior to this. So to leave all of those matters to heritage manager is really difficult. So for that reason, the rescue activity needs to be in good coordination with such safety check activities. But if my answer isn't enough, Dr. Kozuma, I think, can give supplementary comments and answers later. And regarding Nipponia, the redevelopment after the damage, yes, if that is overdone, that will create another set of problems. We do recognize this possibility, especially when a developer comes in. The community has to, they don't understand the community itself. And once the problem takes place, later they will notice that they have done too much in retrospect. So one thing we need to be careful of is if such a development is done, that would collapse or that will destroy the rule of the community. That is not good. Those developers, of course, would like to make a commercial profit, and they want to run a hotel, or they want to, or some residents may want to have their area turned into a parking space. And so first, the rule needs to be first complied with. And if they are broken, some residents may make money out of the commercial development, some may not, some may lose. And when that happens, that will create a sense of inequality among residents in the community. So the care must be taken beforehand so that residents wouldn't feel such a sense of inequality or wouldn't suffer from inequality. All of those things need to be really well looked at beforehand. I cannot give you the clear-cut answer to the question you have just given, but when we look at various communities, when a tourism industry comes in, what is the most dangerous thing that could take place is the division of residents between those who win and those who lose. The people who follow the rule, on the other hand, try to preserve and conserve the community, and they oblige with the rule, but they are not making good money, and that may encourage them to have a kind of a dissatisfaction toward the system of conservation. Did I answer your question?
I would like to supplement regarding heritage manager. Dr. Shimotsuma said that the heritage manager system was born as a result of the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake experience, and the heritage manager system became functional at the Great East Japan earthquake for building damages. But this project not only deal with heritage managers, but involves the Japanese Institute, Japan Institute of Architects, or the Architectural Associations and the Japanese Association of Civil Engineers. They all come into play to go into assessment of building damages at the Great East Japan earthquake. And ACA has promoted such system to assess building damages in case of disasters. At the time of Kumamoto earthquake, building damages were also seen. And not only are we talking about large-scale disasters such as earthquakes, but there are less major earthquakes that still lead to building damage. And so the architects associations and institutes and civil engineers association societies and the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center Japan would go in together to make the assessment. Of course, the timing of conducting such an assessment might be important. We need to budget for such activities, and therefore we would need to have enough budget, prepare such budget for such activities. In Ishikawa Prefecture, when earthquake hit recently, the damage assessment was done as a test case, and I think we were able to achieve satisfactory results. So building a damage assessment is something that we focus our attention on. By the way, if I may also add, in case of Kumamoto earthquake, I was involved in coming up with a doctor project. After the Kumamoto earthquake, I wanted to come up with the doctor project. But the local community was not that accepting for such ideas yet. And of course, we need to think about the budget of sending such people to Kumamoto. And we need to think about the timing of the rescue people going to the damaged area or disaster area. So I walked around throughout the day trying to coordinate activities. This was a difficult task. But what I noticed then was that ultimately we were able to successfully start the project because of a comment made by the minister. But of course, that's something that we cannot always wait for. We cannot expect the minister to make comments all the time. So, having had that experience, whether we talk about the rescue project or the doctor project, we have come to see that things are working well nowadays, more than what we expected. And I think it gives us a further motivation to be more active. So I would like to end with that note. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shimotsuma, for the presentation. Now, let us break for the photo session and lunch. The staff will make necessary seat arrangement for the photo session, so the symposium panelists and guests are kindly asked to take the indicated positions.
Thank you for waiting. It is time to resume the session. My name is Tamar Meladze from ACCU Nara. From now on, we are going to hear the case studies on disaster mitigation and preparedness for cultural heritage based on the lessons and experiences from the 6 countries of Asia Pacific. The allocated time for each presentation is 20 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. As our first presenter, I would like to invite Ms. Yuhan Guo, Project Manager at Conservation Consulting Company, China, to talk about the disaster risk management in Kulangsu after Typhoon Meranti. Ms. Guo is primarily engaged in consulting projects focused on conservation, management, and monitoring for World Heritage Sites, with a particular emphasis on Kulangsu, historic international settlement in China. In addition to technical support to the heritage sites, she also advises on operational mechanisms of disaster risk management, monitoring, and daily maintenance, as well as on the roles of community engagement. Ms. Guo, over to you. Please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the Chinese case study here. And I think it's very valuable to have this 3-year symposium rather than just a single one workshop for share this topic. So today my presentation is about the case study from Kulangsu. It's a World Heritage Site. So let me just start it. So Kulangsu is located in Xiamen, Fujian province. You can see it's along the east coast of China. So its conservation work has gone through for more than 30 years. And it's you can see the right picture. It's urban fabric and all the historic buildings, landscape and the environment, and also the community culture and traditions. They have all been well preserved. So 2017, the entire island was inscribed on the World Heritage List as Kulangsu, a historic international settlement. And this island is less than 2 square kilometers, so it's very tiny, but it's both a high-density settlement and a well-known tourist destination. And over 16,500 people still live here, and it is visited by more than 13 million tourists every year. So the management of this heritage site is not just about the cultural heritage conservation, but also the development of authentic contemporary community. So the theme of the Kulangsu Outstanding Universal Values is the development and the creation of a traditional culture through the coalition and the integration with foreign cultures, resulting in the multiple architectural style in this small island, which was finally developed to this international settlement. And based on these value themes, we identify the heritage attributes of Kulangsu. On the tangible level, included the functional form of the island settlement, and also the spatial patterns and the fabrics, and the landscape that integrate the culture and the nature, and the buildings illustrating the fusion and the innovation of the architectural styles. And on the tangible level, the community cultural tradition is consists of the diverse cultural backgrounds, all of which continue to thrive harmoniously in contemporary community life. So the As to the conservation and management framework, here Kurangsu recognized the inseparable and intricate connection between heritage and its natural and social environment. It emphasized the comprehensive conservation and management of the entire island as a heritage site, not just the complex of historic buildings. So normally, the climate is considered as a factor that impact on the heritage sites, and its impact is mostly negative. But if we change the mind, as the developing understanding of the heritage values, climate might also be considered as the potential part of the heritage attributes to deepen our understanding of the interaction between the culture and the nature. So typhoon is the most serious natural disasters in Kurangsu. The island was located on the southeast coast, so it's hit by the typhoons during summer and autumn every year. Most of the time, the typhoon was just pass by, but in the past 100 years, Kurangsu has hit head-on by the super typhoons for 4 times: the 1917, 1959, and 1999. The previous 3 times was caused a very serious casualty and damage. The recent one was Typhoon Meranti, which occurred in 2016. In 2016, this year, is very important for Kurangsu because this is the final stage for Kurangsu preparation for World Heritage nomination. And the Meranti happened right before the on-site assessment by the international experts, which then the assessment was delayed by 1 month so that the site could give priority to the disaster relief work. And because of the response before and after the typhoon, it transformed this negative event that caused a very serious damage into a positive one. It indicates the site's ability to respond to the disaster and the resilience of the local community. So the Typhoon Meranti is a super typhoon with heavy rainfall and maximum wind speed of 50 meters per second at the typhoon center. It is the strongest tropical cyclone in the world during that year, and the strongest one hit Kurangsu since 1917. Due to its destructive power, the Meranti was then removed from the typhoon list by the World Typhoon Committee after 2017. So Xiamen is a harbor city, so it has a very well-established strategy and mechanism for typhoon preparedness. And after the early warning, the government initiated the emergency response plan and assigned the task to all the departments on different levels. The government undertake full preparation, including the comprehensive organization and route regulation, resource assurance, and tourist evacuation, and so on. And specific measures on the technical level was implemented, including emergency reinforcement and shielding for buildings, protection for windows and doors that were relatively vulnerable to typhoon impact, and also the roof inspection, necessary cutting of branches and trunks of trees that were at risk, and even the removal of heavy fruits on the trees. So the frequent inspection was also conducted for the historic buildings before the typhoon, so we can identify and strengthen the potential vulnerability and the weakness. As a result, Meranti didn't cause any casualty on Kurangsu. Its main influence is on trees, and those fallen trees caused slight damage to the historic buildings. However, the typhoon caused damage to the local community with the disruption of power, water supply, and also the roads. So the trees, over 3,000 trees was falling during the Moranti, and including 19 historical trees, which caused the destruction of the substation and the blockage of numerous roads. And as a result, the landscape of the whole island was changed significantly, resulting in the permanent loss of many historic landscape consist of the historical trees. And for the historical buildings, only just the roofs and the windows was affected by the surrounding trees. And instantly after the wind began to diminish, the government started the post-typhoon response and the recovery measures. The primary task is to return the community life back to normal and preserve the heritage attributes that were affected by the wind. So for trees, experts and specialized agencies arrived at the island at the first time, examining and diagnosing the fallen trees and make rescue plans to carry out the emergency treatment on the trees. The general strategy for these trees was to try every possible ways to reposition and revitalize all the trees on their original sites and make sure there's no threat to the surroundings and the roads could be accessed at the same time. And finally, the involvement of the community to turn the trauma of the the typhoon disaster into artistic expression. So due to the lack of heavy lifting equipment of the island, so the fallen historic trees was hardly to remove from the island. So the conventional practice was to chop them up and transport them out. But we consider these historic trees are the longest life on the island, and also very important to witness the island's history. So the local artist group proposed the project named the Moranti Rebirth Art Project, and they let the fallen trees trunks was being preserved on site as intact as possible, and integrate the community life as the expression of these trees. One of the most touching one is you can see the one in the middle. It is the artist made the entire banya truck into a sound broadcasting device. It's recorded the conversation of people in the street. So when you walk close to this artwork and also the trees, you can hear the historical memories from the community. And also the contemporary memories of the community to the public. So when review the whole process, on the third day after the disaster and the risking of the historical buildings was completed, and on the fourth day, the disaster recovery plan with a comprehensive disaster survey has been finished, and the disaster assessment report on the historic buildings and the trees were completed in the first week, and the community resumed regular activities, and the island was reopened to the tourism a month later. May restoration project of the historic buildings were completed in half a year. So after Typhoon Moranti, the site managers have placed the increased emphasis on the identification of disaster vulnerability and the improvement of mitigation measures in heritage resilience management. So the risk reduction principle shift from the post-disaster rescue to pre-disaster prevention, also from the addressing single disaster types to comprehensive disaster risk prevention and reduction, and from the reducing disaster losses to elevating the disaster risks. First, we carry out analysis to examine the impact of typhoon on Kulangsu. The focus is the vulnerability of heritage sites in face of the severe typhoons. Vulnerabilities are identified that result in both the direct loss and the chain reaction relationships leading to secondary disasters as well. You can see the diagram, the light gray part of this diagram did not occur this time, but we also consider it very important to assess them through potential scenario. Vulnerability is mainly reflected in this part, and the fallen trees is more prone to secondary disasters, partly because the spatial relationship between trees and buildings, and also the vulnerability problem exists in trees and the historical buildings themselves. And therefore, the next step in our preparation is to enhance the disaster prevention capacity of heritage sites to strengthen the state of conservation of these historic buildings and trees, and also to monitoring the possible risk factors, and to prepare as far as possible in advance of any unavoidable impacts. So in addition to assessing the vulnerability, it is also very important to examine the weakness in the management process and to incorporate the previous experience learned from the typhoon disaster before to prepare the next time. So for Xiamen, the city, due to its frequency of typhoon disaster in the past, a well-established prevention and response mechanism against the typhoon has already been in place. This is the structure was triggered once there's any conditions, special conditions was happen. So the response measures also included the emergency plans and the networking among different departments. And after the Typhoon Moranti, local authorities recognized the importance to strengthen the resource integration and the overall coordination in disaster risk prevention, with emphasis on making the pre-disaster preparedness mechanism more routine. So in recent years, the efforts was made to improve the institutional mechanism, resulting in the very significant enhanced collaborative efforts. The monitoring system is a very important tool to bridge governance and management and respond to constant changes. The Kulangsu Monitoring Center, which is connected to the National Heritage Monitoring Platform, has constituted an integrated monitoring and pre-warning mechanism. The monitoring system has played a very important role in the typhoon warning and response, and also conduct the post-typhoon tracking, investigation, and evaluation. Data from macro environment monitoring, such as the temperature, humidity, wind direction, precipitation, and typhoon's water qualities are all obtained from the relevant units, and other specific microenvironment monitoring data are obtained in real time through the establishment of small stations on the island. For the most complicated work, the historic buildings, after Moranti, island-wide survey of the conservation state of all the historic buildings was carried out. First step is to conduct a survey of the extent of the damage, and secondly, a survey of the historic buildings with potential safety hazards was carried out to categorize and formulate the targets of of the next conservation work. So the next stage was to complete the conservation work orderly for the the dangerous buildings first. During the first year after Moranti, the Kulangsu Administrative Committee have completed all the structural safety inspection for all the buildings on the island and implemented a daily management and classification mechanism for dealing with those dangerous buildings. And the most common and complex part is to deal with the private-owned buildings. So the Kulangsu conducted the Kulangsu Housing Safety Hazard Inspection and the rectification special work plan, which listed the daily management process for the public and the relevant departments. And the Kulangsu Administrative Committee is responsible for the safety inspections and the process approvals and construction inspections and the supervision. So currently, the rectification and the repair work for all the buildings was with significant safety hazard has been complete during the past several years. In response to the maintenance and the de-risking of such a large number of historic buildings across the island, there's almost 1,000 of the historic buildings on Kulangsu. So the Kulangsu Administrative Committee has actively engaged the entire community into daily maintenance of the historic buildings. What they do is since 2016, they initiated the work to formulating this one building, one case, the protection plans for all the historical buildings. All the plans was made public available and cover the basic information like the value studies and the context of which can be which can be changed, which part can be changed, or and which part is strictly unchangeable, and also the materials and the materials requirements, and it's consists the guidance for the functional use, and so they can. As for the local government, this is the way to provide the professional guidance for the house owners to carry out the conservation work themselves. And this work has been going for 8 years, and is planned to complete all the plans by the end of the next year. And in addition to protection and supervision of main historic buildings, the Kulangsu Administrative Committee annually allocated the government funds to carry out minor repairs and maintenance for historic buildings that pose a threat to public safety and or impact the surroundings or the landscape, these are the buildings that the private owners are unable to afford protection. So on average, about 20 to 30 buildings receive such maintenance work each year. This ratio was helping the maintain of the overall health of historic buildings on the whole island. And the committee has also formulated the guideline for the protection and the utilization of historic buildings on Kulangsu, aiming to regulate and guide the repair and renewal of the historic and other normal buildings, preventing safety hazards caused by the improper repair and renovation. In addition to routine maintenance, the annual repair to ensure the overall health of the historic buildings on the island, the Kulangsu Administrative Committee has been actively promoting research in protection technologies in recent years. These research projects have been applied into various practices, and the essential of this research was to implementing more precise methods with the aim to minimal intervention by enhancing the protection of the historic buildings, especially in terms of the structural safety and the disaster resistance. These measures aim to maximize the preservation of the historical information, all the information obtained by the buildings, both inside and outside the buildings. And in addressing the fire disaster, a professional institute has completed the fire risk assessment and the special fire protection planning for historical buildings in Kulangsu. All the historical buildings have taken the fire risk assessments and specialized the fire safety plan case by case. And the next step for the community will be upgrading all the firefighting facilities on the island based on this plan. And the committee also conducting regular inspections of firefighting safety and establishing a supervisory inspection mechanism to enhance the community's disaster resistance capability. The Kulangsu Business Association and the Hometail Association, which are all organized by the local community, have also formed the volunteer fire brigade, which was organized regular fire drills in conjunction with the local firefighter stations on the island. And the recovery of the trees and the restoration of the island landscape spent almost 1 year after the Typhoon Moranti, and the community developed a regular tree pruning work mechanism to address the problem of falling trees, branches, and trunks, which have threatened the surrounding buildings. And in order to match the narrow roads on Kulangsu, the fire engines and ambulance with small size was customized. You can see in the left pictures. And in order to safeguard people's livelihood during the typhoon, the ferry company developed a specific supplies to ensure the supply of local residents and tourists. Also, the hospital contact people in need of help on the island before every time of the typhoons. And for the elderly people living in dangerous buildings, they will provide the place to take care of them. More important is the involvement of the community. When we looking back to the response to Moranti, it is mainly the local government and the members of heritage communities from all sides who were on standby before the typhoon hit. The chart on the left counts the number of community volunteers who were involved in the relief efforts from the first night. They were involved not only in the first thing of the disaster relief, but also made important contribution to some professional work. Like this is the disaster survey about road condition. It was completed by the community volunteers within 2 days after Typhoon Moranti. And the community members are more familiar with all the roads and buildings, so they recording in detail the degree of road blockage and the various types of risk points, which provide very important first-hand data for the development of a temporary road control strategy to safeguard the transport of all the supply and safety of the residents. And these pictures on the left was the monitoring center inviting community members. 2 minutes. Inviting the community members to participate in the monitoring work to help them better understanding the heritage and encourage the community contribute to heritage conservation. And the right ones was right pictures were showing the volunteers going to household to promote disaster prevention and mitigation, focusing on those ones with living in the dangerous house and clarifying the importance of disaster prevention. The last one. So in conclusion, not only the response to Typhoon Moranti, but also various predictable and unpredictable impact on the heritage sites, like over-tourism and COVID-19. The disaster response is also helping us pay better attention to the relationship between heritage and nature, the heritage and the society. So the climate factors, which may be an impact of heritage, or it can also be a part of the heritage values, which helping us to better realize the problems and the potential that need to be addressed in heritage conservation and management. Meanwhile, the community-based disaster preparedness and the response features of Kulangsu reflect both with the community's understanding and the knowledge of the heritage, as well as the cultural qualities of this community. In particular, can change them into a humanist artistic expression based on their respect for the history. Thank you. That's all my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guo. Last year, when we were discussing the post-disaster recovery issues during this symposium, we learned about the risk monitoring technologies and early warning systems in Kulangsu. So indeed, it is one of the sites that has been making important steps towards the risk mitigation in China. So thank you very much. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Professor Shimotsuma first to give her comment and facilitate the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank
you very much for your very interesting presentation.
And it's really interesting. And can I speak in Japanese? because I've tried to raise some questions.
Yeah, sure. In Japan, the places where the typhoons easily come have the certain shape of the farms. Usually the first one-story high building, and the trees height are low, and they have some trees which can protect the area from the typhoons. So typhoon resilient, typhoon stronger communities have been built. Now, in your presentation, when I was reading your presentation, I have one question. It seems that because of the development of the historic international settlement, there are foreign species of the trees which were brought. They might not be fitted to the natural environment in this island, or maybe those trees go too high, and the power and the strength of the trees were weakened because of the foreign nature of the trees. This is the question I had when I was looking at the pictures of the trees. Now, in order for you to be prepared fully, in 1970, 59, and 99, and 2016, there were 4 typhoons, major ones. Is there any similar tendency witnessed in terms of the level of the damage or the types of the damages? And also, the tree species. I wonder whether you have the good grips of the types of the species. Have you done any investigation or the researches in the past? Can you give me some additional data?
For your question, yes, the Kulangsu Island, the most main important attributes was also the trees, not just maybe from when we see the historical photos, the trees was very very few in the island, and with the timing passed by, the trees was gradually cover all the island, and the when the banyan trees was the most popular species in the island, and others was some was imported because it's the heritage values is all the foreigners coming and all the with the history of Kurangsu, the cultures was the trees was also the culture to coming to the island. So, but mostly the banyan trees was the most numerous trees on the island. Sorry, I didn't really catch your question. Would you mind to repeat it again?
Well, there were two questions I have raised. One, in the past, you have been through the various typhoons. Were there any similar tendencies in the types of the damages incurred? That's the first question. Secondly, to this island, have you done any investigation of the researches on the types of the species of the trees on this island, or vegetation overall?
Question is, when I didn't put the previous focus on the, which I should, on the presentation, the trees was not that, the situation like now to cover all the island is very few, which when we see the historic building, the photos, they may all, there's more historic buildings can be showed in the photos, but right now, the whole island was more covered by the trees. So as you mentioned, the trees which was listed into the historic trees, maybe about right now is 100 to I'm not sure the exact number, but it's over 200 trees is listed into the historic trees, maybe over 100 years, and the others, over 3,000 to 5,000. I can't. No one has actually calculated the exact number of the trees on now, but I think it's over thousands of the trees was right now. So the most dangerous things is the normal trees was we normally just chop them up, and if they have any diseases, we just diagnose them and to make sure that they will not influence the safety of the historic buildings. But for those historic trees, which might be more longer than the historic buildings, we try our best to keep them together and just to cut the branches. But it's very hard. Kurangsu was still trying to figure this way out to how to make the coexistence of both of them. And for the second species is what I try to say is the most popular one in the island was banyan trees, and others may be in different species coming from maybe Malaysia, Indonesia was is also can be seen in the island, but the most part is the banyan trees. I'm not sure if I answered the question.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for the detailed information. As a comment, as I listened to your presentation, there are many ways to look at about the trees. For instance, as old trees, some of the old trees need to be rejuvenated and keep their health, but in certain cases, some trees might have to be replaced by others. And we need to see whether that really have a negative impact on the historic value of the trees. And So it really inspired my thoughts about the trees and the preservation of trees. Thank you very much for making me learn a new thing. Now, any questions or comments from the participants? Please. My name is Shoda with the Nara Cultural Properties Institute. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I'd like to continue in Japanese. Now, historic trees. So they are not just all trees, but some important trees, and I wonder if they are registered as a cultural property. And is that kind of what we call a monument in Japan? And you just talked about the relationship between the historic buildings and historic trees. As a cultural heritage, they managed as one. Or are there different organizations of preservation for all the trees and for historic buildings? Did you get the questions?
Thank you for your question. Yes, for the historic trees that I mentioned is about nearly 2,200 trees. Historic trees was registered. Sorry. Yeah, and they were protected by the local environmental protective bureau, and the historical buildings was mostly protected by the Kulansu Administrative Committee. But the Kulansu Administrative Committee was they can arrange all these things by and get efforts and funds from a different department, which is the Xiamen city give the very high rights to this local community to have to arrange everything well.
I have one more question. Thank you very much. I have one more question. When the historic trees fall down, and in certain cases they were turned into an artistic object. In such a case, when they are turned into an artistic object, is it going to be dealt with as a cultural heritage, like art work?
It's a very special. Yeah, you mean this, right? The artist's work. Yeah, it's more like the trial during the Moranti, the time of Moranti. But this work, the Moranti Rebirth Art Project, was continued after the 2016. But each year have a different theme. But for this year, because the Moranti makes such great damage to those trees, and also, what I mentioned is the island was preparing for the international assessment for the World Heritage. Yeah, that's why they proposed this project, and they found it's very effectiveness. It works quite well to the community to understanding those trees. Otherwise, they were just actually the local community was quite. Cherishes trees because the history of them and some of the trees was even planted by their grandfather. Yeah, that's the trial to let the trees company with the community. How would this work?
Thank you very much. I'm sure that there are many other questions participants would like to raise, but we are behind the time.
We can revisit those questions and the points when we have the journal discussion. Shall we then? Ms. Go-Ihan, to end her presentation. Please give the big hands again to her. Thank you very much.
Professor Shimatsuma. Now it's time to move to the next speaker. I would like to invite Mr. Hari Setiawan from the Museum and Cultural Heritage Unit of Borobudur World Heritage, Indonesia, to talk about the Borobudur Temple Compound's Disaster Risk Management Plan and the recent initiatives aimed at mitigating risks at the temple compounds. Mr. Setiawan started his professional experience as a conservation staff of Borobudur in 2010. He has contributed to the preparation of the standard operational procedures on the disaster mitigation of Borobudur after Mount Merapi eruption, which became the basis to formulate the 2021 Disaster Risk Management Plan for the temple. Mr. Setiawan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tamar, Honorable Director of ACCU, Honorable Director of the National Disaster Risk Management Japan, distinguished guests, site manager, conservation practitioner, and expert of preservation of the heritage. Thank you very much for the opportunity for me to present our disaster risk management of Borobudur. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the condition of Borobudur after the 2010 volcanic eruption of Mount Merapi. This is very thick of ashes in Borobudur. So it is the thickness of ash during the volcanic eruption in 2010 in the November. It's reached about 3 centimeters in the surface of Borobudur stone block. This is the condition of the stupa terrace of the Borobudurs. And this is the history of the Borobudur itself, that Borobudur was built around 8th century and finished in the year of 842. And this is according to the history, this temple was abandoned by the community in the 929 AD. This is because also the catastrophic eruption of the volcanic mountain surrounding the Borobudur. And also there is an indication of the tectonic earthquake surrounding the Borobudur. And also Borobudur is been restored twice. First restoration will be by the Dutch government in the 1907-1911. This is the first restoration by the Dutch government, and then this is the result of the second restoration, which we are using the modern technique of restoration in 1983. And this is the condition. This is why I tell you that there is a condition of leaning in the temple floor in the upper side of Borobudur. This is the indication of the tectonic earthquake surrounding Borobudur. While in the first restoration, 1907, the Dutch government not restored all of the stone block, but they only put back the stone block of the Borobudur and they add mortar in the floor. And then Borobudur temple compound is World Heritage list, and with the criteria of 1, 2, and 6. This is the Borobudur itself. According to this picture that we are now, based on the UNESCO World Heritage List, the name of Borobudur is Borobudur Temple Compound. It's mean not only Borobudur, but Borobudur with the surrounding area, the mountain, the river, the rice field, and the traditional activity surrounding the Borobudur. This is the area of preservation of Borobudur temple compound World Heritage. Actually, the World Heritage is not only this 3 temple. This 3 temple is surrounding by the conservation area, or we call it the cultural heritage area, or also the cultural landscape of Borobudur. This World Heritage consists of Borobudur, smaller temple, the Pawan temple, and also the Mendu temple, which is in the one straight imaginary line. So this because this we call it the cultural landscape of Borobudur. The one imaginary line consists of Borobudur, Pawan, and Mendut, and then the surrounding area. This is the criteria 1, which is the masterpiece. So there is no monument identically like the Borobudur. Even in the birth of the Buddha religion in the India or in the Nepal. And the second criteria will be the architectural of Borobudur. It is also, there is no similarity between Borobudur and the monument in India. And then the sixth criteria will be the architectural of Borobudur in connection with the religious activities that occurring until today in Borobudur. This is the first criteria. Since there is a masterpiece, so the 10 steras of Borobudur is symbolizing the 10 steps of enlightenment. You see here, the first step will be here, and then the last step, the 10th step of Borobudur, it is symbolize the journey of the human to escaping for the misery, or we call it samsara. And then also the stone block of Borobudur, which is also prone to the disaster, is the interlocking system of the Borobudur itself. That Borobudur is building without the mortar, only with the interlocking of the system of the stone block of the Borobudur. And then the criteria number 2 will be about the architectural and also revival of the architectural design in the mid-13th and 16th century before the Hindus and Buddhist kingdom of Majapahit collapsed in the 15th century. There is also, in criteria 2, there is also explanation of the transformation of design between Borobudur, Prambanan, and then the temple in East Java. This is the annually Buddhist ritual practicing in Borobudur, which is, there is 3 biggest events of religious, Buddhist religious in Borobudur. The first will be Wesak, the birth of Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha itself, and then the second Asada, Buddha first sermon, and then the Kagyu Monlam is the third. And then after the OUV, in criteria 1, 2, and 6, we have also 6 attributes of Borobudur. The last attribute will be the ability to integrate old and new culture, which is in the traditional village surrounding Borobudur. Also, we have also the attribute, which is the cultural landscape now, is the traces of ancient lake surrounding Borobudur in correlation with the philosophy of the Borobudur itself. And this is my office, the Museum and Cultural Heritage. We are conducting the firstly Borobudur routine conservation, and then heritage conservation research, and then monitoring also. Not only for the structure, but also in the landscape of the Borobudur. This is the area of preservation. Yeah, it is in the radius of 5 kilos from the Borobudur. The area number 1 is the main preservation area, which is 1,344 acres, and then the buffer zone of the cultural landscape of Borobudur will be 6,779 acres. Borobudur and Pawon Temple and also Mendo Temple is prone to the disaster, which, as I explained in the first slide, which is the volcanic eruption, and the secondly will be the tectonic earthquake. That's why we have formulating the disaster mitigation disaster risk management plan of Borobudur, which is formulated in the 2021, which is consists of the physical condition of cultural heritage, and then the hazard assessment, vulnerability, pre-disaster policy, and then the last will be post-disaster of volcanic eruption and the earthquake, which is the 2 major problem of the and disaster in the Borobudur. If you see, this is the cultural heritage area or cultural landscape of Borobudur. It is surrounding by the volcanic mountain, active, which is active in the about the 10th century and until 11th century. We have the Mount Merapi, Merbabu, Sindoro, Sumbeng, and the Telomoyo. This landscape is also the part of the philosophy of Borobudur itself, which is the center of the universe. In the Rig Veda, they say that Mahameru is the center of the universe. So that Borobudur is representing the Mahameru, the place of the god. So until now, only Mount Merapi, which is active until today. That's why this Mount Merapi causes exploded in 2010 is very disastrous to the Borobudur. This is the condition of the Borobudur with the thickness of ash reaching 3 centimeters in the surface. Also, this is the hazard prone map of the Borobudur, which is the for the Mount Merapi in the center. And then this is the geological hazard. There is a fault and joint not far from the Borobudur, less than a kilo. There is a fault and joint which can causes the earthquake, tectonic earthquake surrounding the Borobudur. This is the condition of 1907, and then also the 1907. The indication is in the temple floor, just like the tectonic earthquake in Jogja, which is occurring in the 2006. And then also the hazard of the Borobudur is the hydrometeorological hazard, which is the climate change. That's why there is the condition, the important attribute, one of the important attribute of the Borobudur, which is 1,460 bas relief of the Borobudur, which has salt deposit because of the climate change, and also because the Borobudur temple is itself is exposed to the natural surrounding. Until now, we are still formulating research to researching the salt deposit and the cementation in the temple relief, because it is very in danger for the relief itself. And then this is the second hazard will be social and human-induced hazard. Before the COVID-19, there is 3,690,000 of people visiting Borobudur like this. And then in the day, one day in the peak season, it almost reached 85,000 people of visiting the Borobudur. That's why starting this year, 2023, we are applying the carrying capacity, physical carrying capacity, which is in one day there is maximum of 1,200 visitors visiting the Borobudur. And this is the next vulnerability of the assessment of the temple. The firstly, it will be the temple, and then the second, human, which is visit the Borobudur, and this is environment vulnerability, which is also the causes the tree to be collapsed because of strong wind. And then this is the risk summary of the Borobudur. Some of them, the construction system, local stone volcanics are very high because of climate change, human-induced. And then the last will be view from to the temple is high because of the climate change. View from and to the temple is also the visual attribute of the Borobudur. That Borobudur has two attributes. The first will be physical attribute, and then the second will be the visual attribute. That's why the view is also important and is prone to the climate change. And then the other attribute are the physical attribute of the Borobudur, for sure, like the statue, step, terrace, stupa, and other are the same summary of in correlation with the risk assessment. And then this is the risk management of the Borobudur temple compound. Firstly, the risk identification, and then the disaster risk reduction, measure to mitigate the reduce risk, and then disaster risk preparedness and response, and then the last will be recovery and the rehabilitation after the disaster. This is the chart about the risk management and cultural measure. There is identification, emergency response, there is a 4-step, and then recovery, rehabilitation, and also the risk reduction. And then risk management of and cultural measure of Borobudur, 5% are disaster risk reduction, 55% disaster preparedness, because this is very important, and the 35% is identification and risk assessment. So, and this is the risk identification. Firstly, this is also in the 2010, and also happened again in the 2014, because Mount Kalut, which is situated more than 100 kilos from Borobudur, the ashes is flowing to the Borobudur because of the wind direction. This is the environment and social condition. In the 2010, the market, the condition, social condition is closed in 2 months because of the volcanic eruption. And then this is the determination of the disaster and the emergency status, which we have recommendation for the central government to close the Borobudur. And then also we have conducted the fast and precise assessment on the temple. This because the volcanic ashes of Borobudur is dangerous to the stone. You see the particle of the volcanic ash is very sharp. When their visitors are using the footwear and then they have the volcanic ashes in the footwear, it can be a danger to the stone block of the Borobudur. And then this is the disaster risk reduction will be a formulation of evacuation route, and then also to minimize the effect of the volcanic ashes, we have the procedure, the standard procedure of covering all of the important architectural element from the volcanic ashes, which we are made from the special kind of substance to cover the Borobudur. And then also not only for the Borobudur temple, but also we are conducting in the Mendu temple and also the Pawon temple. This is the simulation before there is a volcanic eruption in the Borobudur. Also because hydrogeometeorological hazard, we have the volcanic ash assessment on the temple structure. We have sampling some of the relief of Borobudur and made some research. What is the effect of the volcanic ashes in the relief of the Borobudur? And then we also has the community engagement. For example, is the disaster response simulation annually. Before the COVID-19. So we are asking for help to the social to actively contribute in this disaster response simulation. Almost 500 persons are in the event of the simulation, not only for Borobudur but also in the Mendu temple. This is the simulation of volcanic tectonic earthquake. 2 foreign visitors they has a stone block in the simulation of the tectonic earthquake. This is also in the Pawon, and then this is the disaster preparedness simulation, also aim to reducing the number of casualty. As I tell you, minimum 1,200 people are visiting Borobudur per day. This is the disaster. This is also in community engagement. The number of volunteers in Borobudur during the event of the disaster. For example, the volcanic eruption. And then this is the community engagement also. While there are volcanic eruption of Mount Kelut, which I tell you, more than 100 kilo from the Borobudur, the locals surrounding the Borobudur are helping us to covering the Borobudur architectural element. This is the resilient building for the disaster risk management, and also we are now developing the communication platform, which is easily accessed by the local or by the stakeholders surrounding Borobudur. And then from the communication platform, also they have menu the different user with the different menu, for sure from the public, for the stakeholder, from the experts. There are also a communication platform and for the administration. This is we are developed now starting 2023. And then also there is a event information of the Borobudur, not only in the situation of the disaster, but also the development of the kind of activity, preservation and conservation activity conducting in Borobudur, and then in the cultural landscape of Borobudur. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harisetiawan. Now, may I ask Professor Shimatsuma for the comment and facilitating the discussion, please?
Your presentation is really interesting and also very much punctual. That's very nice. So to open the floor, I would like to ask Mr. Yamashita to make comments.
Well,
thank you very much for the presentation. I'd like to ask a question regarding the volcanic ash. How do you dispose of the volcanic ash? How do you clean up the volcanic ash? How long does it take usually? And when it comes with rain, volcanic ash rain, I think it might take more time to remove the volcanic ash. What sort of difficulties are you experiencing in removing the volcanic ash?
Thank you very much, Professor. This is the example of the activity moving the volcanic ashes from the temple floor or the architectural element of Borobudur. It is needed 2 months to removing all of the volcanic ashes in the Borobudur, in the temple structure of Borobudur, especially in the temple floor, because the thickness in the temple floor or in the architectural element with this horizontally, it is the thickness is more than 3 centimeters. It needs more than 2 months to clean up. And we have also while in the 2014, the local people helping us. So we have formulated the standard operational procedure after 2010. That's why in the 2014 we only need 3 weeks to clean up the temple. This because we have managed the local people to clean up the temple, and then after the cleaning of the volcanic ash, we are using the dry mechanical cleaning. We are then continuing by the cleaning of the drainage system inside this temple floor structure. So we have to continue with the drainage cleaning of the Borobudur, which is take more than 2 weeks, maybe 2 until 3 weeks, to open up the surface of the temple floor and then cleaning up the volcanic ash beneath the floor. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Now then, any other people who have questions or the comments, please?
Your presentation. So I'd like to know about the stakeholder of this monument, because in Nepal, normally Buddhist monasteries or Buddhist monument has a traditional management organization, which is linked with monks organization. So is there any such kind of organization who is involved for management?
Thank you from Nepal. And the stakeholder of the Borobudur consists of central and local government, and also the community surrounding the Borobudur itself, which is the Regency government, and then also disaster risk agency in Borobudur. And it is very interesting that now Borobudur is living surrounding by the Muslim community. As I tell you, the Hindus, Buddha's kingdom of Majapahit, which is the largest Hindu and Buddhist kingdom in the archipelago, or now in Indonesia, it collapsed in 15th century. That's why the 90% people in Java, especially surrounding the Borobudur, are Muslim. But this is a very good example that a Borobudur spiritual philosophy, we has some workshop with the local community to explain about the spiritual philosophy of the Borobudur, which is, we call it the karma, the good and the bad and the something. So we are taking the philosophy to Borobudur and spread it, and then made some workshop internalization to the people surrounding Borobudur. That's why they understand. This is why that we are has more than 2,632 volunteer for cleaning the Borobudur after the volcanic eruption in the 2010 and 2014. This kind of community is organized not only from my office but also by the regional government, the Regency of the Magelang itself. So in this case of the disaster, which is basically volcanic eruption, we have explained the SOP to all of the stakeholders, so they understand. That's why in the 2014, after the 2010 volcanic eruption of Merapi, 2014, we are cleaning faster. Cleaning the volcanic ash in Borobudur faster. It only need until 3 weeks with the help of the stakeholders surrounding Borobudur. We have because we are formulating also the standard operational procedure. And then we are now formulated in 2021 disaster risk management plan, which we are socialized to all of the stakeholders surrounding Borobudur. That's why we are developing this platform for the stakeholder also. So that a stakeholder can easily understand the mechanism of the disaster risk management in Borobudur. Thank you.
Thank you for your explanation. It is really interesting to know that even the religion is different, the community is supporting the Buddhist karma, and I think we should learn from this example. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think that was a very interesting comment as well. I appreciate it very much. We have about 2 or 3 more minutes. Are there any further questions? If not, I would like to ask a question. So you have involvement of the volunteers. So the first question is, are they paid volunteers or unpaid volunteers? That's number one. Secondly, let's say if there is a major disaster, maybe there are people who are economically vulnerable. So in such a case, would they be offered a job like removing volcanic ash in order to help them economically? Is that a possibility, do you think?
Thank you, Professor. The first I would like to explain, this is all the community. Some of the community like this musical community from the University of Yogyakarta. Some of the community of the heritage community in Magelang, and then some of the community from Majelis Budayana, which is the Buddhist community. They paid, but not from us. They paid by their organization, so not from my office. So after the volcanic eruption in 2010, also in 2040, this community are the volunteer for cleaning up to the temple structure. But before the cleaning, we have explained how to cleaning it. But all of this community, we are not paid from them. To all of this community, we're helping cleaning on the temple structure. is they are paid or unpaid? The answer is we are not paid from them, but the community itself supporting this cleaning by their resources. And then the second, the most community which is prone to the disaster, the social life, it is the street vendor itself. That's why annually we also, this is all of these are the street vendor actually, which is community nearest to the temple in the condition of the disaster. That's why we ask them for the workshop or the disaster preparedness simulation, not only for Borobudur, but in the Mandut and Pawon temple. We hope that they are closest and they have a connection also to the Borobudur and this three temple in the economic of their family or their people of the street vendors surrounding the Borobudur. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Now then, I think it is time to move on. And we would like to end here with the presentation of Mr. Hari E. Setiawan. Please give him a big applause again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Setiawan. Next up, the case study from Japan. I would like to invite Mr. To Takahiro, a chief documentation specialist from Wakayama Prefectural Archives, to share with us the efforts for the Disaster Memories Project, which was initiated and implemented in Wakayama Prefecture after the flood disaster in 2011. Mr. To is certified archivist by the National Archives of Japan and has been an advisor to the Historical Materials Preservation Network of Wakayama since its inception in 2011. As well as the vice chairman of the Network for Disaster Prevention Measures among museums and other heritage institutions in Wakayama Prefecture since 2015. Mr. To, please, the floor is yours.
Wakayama Prefecture is located to the southwest of Kyoto, Osaka, and Nara, which were the seats of the country's capital respectively, and I am from Wakayama Prefecture, and I am To.
Wakayama ですね。はい、よろしくお願いします。はい。
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So, Wakayama Prefecture is in the south and we are facing the sea. And my presentation is about the disaster memory project of our prefecture. Being a neighbor to Osaka Prefecture, which has a big population, Wakayama is a small prefecture with only 900,000 residents, and it is also experiencing a rapid depopulation. Because of the small population, there are fewer civil servants in the prefectural government, and the number of staff involved in the administration of cultural property is also small. Also, our prefecture has been hit by huge earthquakes with epicenters in the southern sea area, followed by large tsunamis repeatedly. And our area is said to have a very high probability of another big one in the near future, and also we are prone to torrential rainfall. Today I'm going to share with you our disaster memory project, which has been implemented from 2014 to 2021 to discover, share, and pass on the memory of disasters and local cultural heritage. This project focused on collecting records of past disasters, such as monuments, old documents, and oral traditions. It also identified whereabouts of other cultural assets in the area. The results were compiled into a booklet and distributed to all households in the area, and on-site study meetings were held to report the results to the local community as part of our sharing with the local communities. In light of the theme of this symposium, the collection of information on whereabouts of cultural properties help prepare the list of cultural properties to be rescued and contribute to the disaster mitigation. Also, the sharing of research outcome with local communities not only enhances their knowledge of cultural properties in the area, but also contributes to disaster mitigation for local residents. This project, led by the Wakayama Prefectural Museum, was funded by a central government subsidy and involved members from other institutions in Wakayama, as well as researchers from within and outside the prefecture. As a member of Wakayama Prefectural Archives, I joined the project from its first year. Today, the leader of the project from Wakayama Prefectural Museum is unable to come due to the preparation of a museum exhibition scheduled to begin this week. So I would like to make this presentation on his behalf. This project, funded by the central government subsidy, ended in 2021. From 2022, we stopped the publication of booklets, but we are continuing as research of the preservation status of privately owned materials under the leadership of the prefectural archives on a smaller scale and with a small number of researchers. Today, I will describe how this project began, what we did in the project, and how we share the outcome of the research with the local communities. And lastly, I will briefly introduce other work of disaster risk reduction for cultural properties, which is linked to the Disaster Memories project. So first, I would like to explain how this project started. It all began with the activities to rescue cultural artifacts and materials in the aftermath of a flood which hit Kii Peninsula in September 2011. In that year, the Great East Japan earthquake occurred in March, and 6 months later, in September, a major flooding took place in our region. Typhoon number 12, which developed on August 25th, moved very slowly northward and brought with it heavy rain over an extended period. As a result, 56 people died, 5 people went missing, and 2,525 houses were partially or completely destroyed, mainly in the southern part of our prefecture. As for damages to cultural properties, 17 designated cultural properties were damaged, including the main shrine of Kumano Nachi Taisha, a World Heritage Site, and it was washed down by a muddy flood. As regards those designated properties, there was already a system in place for relevant levels of government to identify and address the damages, and it worked well in the aftermath of this flooding. However, if on undesignated, non-designated cultural properties, there was virtually nothing the prefecture could do. In those days, the rescue of undesignated cultural properties was not considered a public duty of the prefectural government. Therefore, the staff members involved with the cultural properties management couldn't respond to flood damages as their official duty. Instead, Wakayama University, a national university in the area, established a response project and played a central role in the rescue of undesignated cultural properties, as I'm going to describe. In addition, a private volunteer group, Historic Material Conservation Network Wakayama, was quickly formed. The members were mostly public employees involved in cultural property preservation, and they volunteered to rescue cultural properties as it was not recognized as their official work. Although the scope of the work was not significant, they conducted a survey and cleaning of the damaged materials. As I mentioned earlier, recognition of rescue activities for the designated cultural properties were not as part of the prefectural museum duty. So the curators, using their wisdom, made a snap decision to organize a special exhibition featuring the history of disaster in the following fiscal year, 2012, and entered the disaster-stricken area to participate in the formation rescue activities under the pretext of research of materials for the exhibition. And these activities and participating members at the time became the basis for the Memories of Disaster project. Now, in the activities carried out, first of all, activities in the disaster-stricken area. Those are the damages and the work seen at the local government's office in Tanabe City. The folded cadastral maps were hardened by water damage and looked like wooden boards. As a first aid measure, ethanol was sprayed on them to prevent mold formation. And this is the cleaning work of the materials damaged by the flooding and brought from the affected area. The cleaning work was done at the Earth Science Department of Wakayama University. Those objects were collected by the personnel of the self-defense forces who were engaged in the rescue operations of survivors and kept by the municipal government, and they were called memory items. Although there were some Buddhist statues, most of the items were personal collections such as school essays and photo albums. There may be some doubts as to whether those items can be called cultural properties. However, as we usually deal with a lot of paper materials such as old documents as archivists, we wanted to be of some help, so we offered to assist with drawing and cleaning work. The base for rescue activities, Wakayama City, is far away from the affected area, and it was difficult to perform cleaning and other work on site due to various issues. Therefore, the items were transported to Wakayama University and worked on. In addition to those memory items, we also dried and cleaned long-preserved official documents stored in the principal's office of an elementary school. So, those were the rescue activities for cultural properties in Wakayama Prefecture in the aftermath of the 2011 Kii Peninsular flood. The following are our reflections on the experience. First, the lack of a network of cultural property-related organizations prepared for disasters, and whereabouts of undesignated cultural properties were not known, and the rescue of undesignated cultural properties was not considered as official duties. As described above, in the year of the flood, the local government was not able to do enough to rescue the cultural properties. However, in the years that followed, the government reviewed and reflected upon the situation, and also the achievements of the cultural property rescue activities in the aftermath of the Great East Japan earthquake became widely known, not only by the persons in charge of cultural properties, but also by general public. As a result, the situation began to change for the better in 2012. First, in 2012, the Prefectural Museum held a special exhibition I mentioned earlier, Disaster and Cultural Properties, Conservation of Cultural Properties that Tell a History. And that featured the result of the rescue activities I mentioned earlier. The exhibits included Buddhist statues and citizens' memory items that have been cleaned and dried. The museum also began to identify and collect monuments, old documents, and other records and oral traditions related to the past disasters, and provide local residents with easy-to-understand information about them. Other organizations followed suit. The Cultural Heritage Division of the Prefectural Board of Education began in 2012 a two-year emergency survey to identify the locations of cultural properties, including undesignated ones, in temples and shrines in the coastal areas of the prefecture, which are prone to tsunami. It confirmed the whereabouts of 719 cultural items and in 162 temples and shrines. And in 2013, the prefectural archives decided to resume research on archives or documents in various parts of the prefecture, which it had stopped doing in the past. In this way, the prefectural archives began to conduct surveys and operations targeting undesignated cultural properties across the prefecture. And the Memory of Disaster project, a joint research project, was launched in 2014 and continued until 2021. The project was led by Wakayama Prefectural Museum, which applied for and obtained a subsidy from the central government. The project was conducted in collaboration with Wakayama Prefectural Archives, Wakayama Prefecture's Cultural Heritage Division, Wakayama University, Wakayama Prefecture, and Historical Materials Preservation Network Wakayama, and researchers from universities outside the prefecture. And this project not only collected records and information on the disaster, but also information on whereabouts of cultural properties in the region as a whole, and gave this information back to local communities. The Memories of Disaster project was conducted annually in specific target areas. As you can see, we did not set a specific survey area for FY 2019, but instead conducted supplemental surveys of the previous years and conducted outreach activities to high school students. In 2021, the Memories of Disaster project ended without completing a full tour of the prefecture. But as I mentioned earlier, the prefectural archive is currently taking the lead in continuing these similar efforts on a smaller scale.
Now I will talk about our activities of the Disaster Memories Project. Let me first introduce our research activities. This is a picture showing the research of the disaster monument in front of Jinsenji Temple in Yuasa town of Arida County. This monument was erected after the great earthquake and tsunami which occurred in 1854. Research is conducted on old documents kept by old families and details our research further in case there are records related to disasters. The bottom right picture is the diary describing the great flood disaster in 1889, which caused great damage, in particular in Wakayama and Nara prefectures. The details of damage seen around the current Ryujin village in Tanabe City is described. These are traces of the tsunami caused by the 1944 Tonankai earthquake that remain on the wallboard of a private home entrance in Katsuura, Nachi Katsuura town. In addition to the research on records and tangible traces, interviews are also conducted with disaster survivors. The picture on the top shows the meeting with people who experienced the 1944 Tonankai earthquake. The bottom picture shows us walking around with an ex-fisherman who experienced the 1946 Nankai earthquake, talking to us about the changes in the bay before and after the tsunami, and telling us where he evacuated at that time. We want to dig into the past history in order to make use of what we learned for better disaster risk management in the future, and we observe emergency drills that are currently conducted from that perspective. We research not only materials related to disasters, but also check the whereabouts of cultural properties. Such research information may become useful as a list of rescue targets in case of unexpected disasters in the future. In Japan, Buddhist statues are often stolen, so our research data contributes to measures for preventing the theft of cultural properties as well. We sometimes conduct research on festivals and intangible cultural properties as well. Our research activities related to the Disaster Memories Project, therefore, were not limited to disasters, but covered information related to all sorts of cultural properties as much as possible. Now, I will talk about how we share the research outcomes with the local community. Please look at the handout. Every year, we would publish such booklets and distribute them to all households in the research area. We try to describe the disaster records in easy-to-understand words with the intention of providing helpful information for each community in future disaster risk management and mitigation activities. In 2019, we published and distributed an educational booklet to all senior high school students in the prefecture, in which we summarized our research outcomes. I'm going to ad-lib a little bit.
Booklet number 7. Booklet number 7. You can view a Google map that includes natural disaster monuments that we surveyed. すみません、翻訳マシン使って直訳したんで合ってるでしょうか。この
I hope that was a correct English translation. So if you scan the QR code in the back cover, you are able to find in the Google map the monuments that we have surveyed. So let me go back. We also hold on-site study meetings in the research area where we report the research findings and share information with local residents. In these on-site study meetings, we provide information regarding past disasters, hoping that they are helpful for their future disaster risk management and mitigation activities. But at the same time, we introduce them to cultural properties in the local area so that they might deepen their understanding on conservation of such cultural properties. So far, I have introduced our activities related to the Disaster Memories Project. Let me now talk about what is actually taking place in terms of conservation regarding the cultural properties which became clear from our project. Wakayama Prefectural Archives, where I work, conducted a survey on finding the whereabouts of all documents from 1997 to 2005. And this time, in the Disaster Memories Project, we followed up on those materials to find where they are now. In some cases, we were not able to find them anymore, or it was often the case that the children of past owners knew nothing about such old documents that the families used to possess. It is often said that in Japan that loss of cultural properties and historical materials is proceeding on a daily basis due to changes in the social structure, which seems to be the reality nowadays. Old documents that were passed on over generations are no longer inherited or are disposed of when their homes are rebuilt, for instance. And this reality becomes apparent once disasters occur. In other words, our indifference or forgetfulness rather than disasters themselves might be the biggest cause of loss of cultural properties. Therefore, the best way to prevent forgetfulness and to promote conservation seems to be cultivation of interest for local cultural properties and history, which leads to understanding and utilization of such properties as part of the ordinary life in the community. For this purpose, we will share the outcomes with the local residents as much as possible so that they become interested. I believe such efforts are important in order to foster the mindset regarding disaster risk management and mitigation of cultural properties as part of their daily lives. In this sense, the Disaster Memories Project was an extremely fruitful and worthwhile initiative. As the last topic of my talk, I would like to briefly introduce the recent disaster prevention measures that are taken for cultural properties in Wakayama Prefecture, which are linked to the Disaster Memories Project. In February 2015, the Network for Disaster Prevention Measures among museums and other heritage institutions in Wakayama Prefecture, abbreviated as WAHAKUREN, was formed with museums in the prefecture, municipal boards of education, etc., coming together to jointly prepare for large-scale disasters and to take necessary measures. In the revised Regional Disaster Prevention Plan 2015, which clearly describes Wakayama Prefecture's basic disaster prevention measures, it clearly states that regarding cultural property disasters, non-designated cultural properties are also to be protected. It also states that the prefecture should collaborate with WAHAKUREN and invite external professional rescue organizations in times of disaster and quickly act to rescue and preserve the cultural properties facing disaster. Cultural properties rescue, therefore, is the key. it also mentions locating the whereabouts of cultural properties is important to prevent disasters. As Professor Shimotsuno mentioned, in addition, the outline of preservation and utilization of cultural properties in Wakayama Prefecture, which was formulated in keeping with the revision of the law for the protection of cultural properties, also states that cultural properties rescue and other disaster measures should include protection of non-designated cultural properties as well. Currently, the Prefectural Board of Education, which is in charge of the administration of cultural properties protection in Wakayama Prefecture, seems to be formulating a manual for preventing disasters from damaging the cultural properties in Wakayama Prefecture, and I think this is has just been finished in mid-November. I haven't read the content yet, but it has been finished. Wakayama government will therefore be working together with Wahakuren to promote the measures for protection of cultural properties in the prefecture. Many of the members in charge of the administration of cultural properties and the central members of Wahakuren overlap with the members of the Disaster Memories Project. As I mentioned at the beginning, the number of staff engaging in the administration of cultural properties in Wakayama are limited, so the same person needs to wear different hats to fulfill various roles. For this reason, in order to take necessary steps and to develop manuals in keeping with the revised law, the key is whether or not we will be able to stipulate the job authority and job environment so as to facilitate our activities related to disaster risk management, mitigation, and rescue of cultural properties at all times, whether during normal times or emergency. In conclusion, the most important thing for disaster risk management and mitigation related to cultural properties in normal times is to collect information regarding the location and whereabouts of cultural properties so that rescue can take place quickly after disasters. As one such endeavor, I have introduced Wakayama Prefecture's Disaster Memories Project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Insightful presentation. Now, Professor Shimatsuma, may I ask you to take the floor, please?
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. It has been a very logical explanation, and the efforts for disaster memory project was wonderful. And in recent plans, you have incorporated many things which were left undone in the past. Wonderful indeed. We are both Japanese, so please allow me to continue to speak in Japanese. Any questions or observations from the participants?
I appreciate that both the designated and non-designated cultural property is taken care of. I don't understand the title itself. You call it Disaster Memory Project. If I launch this in Georgetown, I don't think my community will appreciate, because it is actually very difficult to remember disaster. So I just want to ask why you call it that name, and how is the reaction from the local community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I do not know the situation in the other countries, but today in Japan, including our prefecture, there are various monuments inscribing past disasters. What is inscribed in such a stone monument is about experience, lessons of the people who experienced that particular disaster. But local community residents do not know very much about those inscriptions on stones, and they do not know what happened in the past. And in each area, there are a lot of old documents, archives, and some archives do describe the past disasters. And there are many of such archives and descriptions. And the presence of those documents are not known at all among the citizens and residents. So the people in the local community, I think, can learn that there are such archives of stone monuments in the area. And there are lessons and experiences which can be used for the future preparedness for a future disaster. So first, those information can be used for future preparedness, and they should know that there are such important lessons inscribed in stones or in old documents in their neighborhood. And by knowing this, they will be able to have a far higher understanding of the importance of cultural properties, and we hope that that will lead to a better preparedness for the future disaster. And that's why we call this disaster memory project. And these stone monuments and archives are really full of such memories of the past disasters, and that is why we began to discover and uncover, identify those old properties, identify the presence of such stone monuments and old documents. And what did I say? I forgot myself. Just one moment. To discover and identify, share, and raise the people's awareness through the use of such memories of disasters. And that's how we named this project the Memories Disaster Project.
Speak about disaster memory. So I would like to add that the disaster memory is very important, and I think this is the first step for preparedness. If we forget the past disaster, we cannot think about coming disaster. Yes, I think my presentation will be related with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are pressed for time, but I think we need to remember the major disaster that we encountered in 2011. And so from Ms. Amanda Oss, perhaps we could ask you to comment on the disaster memory or memory of disasters.
In 2011, you met a very, very big disaster.
Yes, that is correct. And I think, having been through the disaster myself, I can appreciate it is difficult to remember, and in some ways we don't want to have to be reminded of it. However, there in Christchurch there was a lot of capturing of memories and experiences. There is a very big archive online that the University of Canterbury collected. This included oral histories and photographs and other information from the public. So that is all available and online. But not so much do we have an earthquake memorial, but beyond that we don't have a lot of visual storytelling that's tangible for people to always be reminded. In some ways, just being in the city as we still recover is that reminder for the current generation. I think that's all I could say. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. それでは時間になりました。
Thank you very much for that comment. I think it's about time. So perhaps we could end Mr. To's presentation here. And please give all of the speakers a big applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now let us take a short 15-minute break and resume the session at 3:05. So please enjoy your coffee until then. It is time to resume the session. Please return to your seats. Next on our agenda is a case study presentation from Malaysia. I would like to invite Dr. Ang Min Chi, General Manager at Georgetown World Heritage Incorporated, to talk about the community-based disaster risk management in Georgetown UNESCO World Heritage Site, Malaysia. Born and raised in the inner city of Georgetown, Dr. Ang specializes in resource mobilization, policy making, project management, and risk assessment to create a better and more resilient heritage city in Georgetown. Dr. Ang, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Hello. Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Ang. I'm a site manager for Georgetown UNESCO World Site. Now is the most challenging time, 3 o'clock. I'm trying to keep you awake. There is a snack from Malaysia, very salty. It will keep you awake. You're welcome to try it. All right, I'm here to share with you community-based disaster risk management that we've been doing in Georgetown, Malaysia. And thank you for the introductions, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be back in Nara again. More than as a resource person on the work itself, I would like to introduce myself as also someone who has been growing up in the World site itself, and I see the work that we've been doing is for the community and also for the next generations. I have 47 slides, so we're going to have a marathon that is a bit fast. So I believe you know where is Malaysia. We're going to skip. And just a very brief introduction. The World site status was received in 2008. So that's about 15 years ago. And it's together with Malacca. And I'm showing this certificate just to tell you that, yeah, it's really a World site. And our locations is a small island. And similar with Kulangwi, you know, and also Borobudur, we have the 3 OUVs. Very briefly, I don't understand why I put so many red color words. It's almost the whole thing is important. But just very briefly, the criterion 2 is talking about, you know, the multicultural trading towns that is from the east and the west, and it is imprinted on the architecture, urban form, technologies, and monumental art. It is important to us to go through this again because that is the directions of our works and also the safeguarding and conservations. The next one is like, we are also a living testimony of the multicultural heritage and tradition in Asia, more of the 2003 Convention on ICH. So although our site is a 1972 convention inscribed, but we also is a town with a lot of local people who live there, who works there, who visit there, who go and shopping there. So all these are part of the soul of the city and give the identity. And of course, like, we also have a mixture of influences on our architectures and our culture and townscapes, in particular the bungalows and the buildings and the shop houses. So how big is it? I look at my colleague from Borobudur. I'm so small compared to you. But it is a very compact urban site. So 100% urbanized already by the sea, and therefore we're also vulnerable to a lot of elements. On the site itself, the property that you see in red color is about 112 hectares, and we are protected by the buffer area. Saying that, actually in our management plan, we treat the buildings inside the property and the buffer same. It depends on, are you a category 1 building or category 2 building, or are you a modern building? And at the same time, remember our OUV also involve people, and you don't see people in the map. But you can see people in the map as well because they live there, they own it, they rent it out, or they sub-rent it out. They go there for shopping, or they have memories growing up there. So, you know, it's rather complicated with a lot of layers. And under the 1972 conventions, my office is actually known as a site managers. That's why I was very keen to know about the heritage manager concepts because it is almost very similar. And our office, Georgetown World Heritage Incorporated, is actually established by the Penang state government. So if compared to the Japanese system, it's almost like your provincial government level. And is established in 2010. We currently have 36 full-time positions, and before COVID, we do about 60 projects annually. Our core function is site management, and we provide a lot of consultation with the communities. And this is in particular important, in particular for us to survive the COVID time because, you know, we do community engagement all the time. And of course, we also do capacity building, research and development, promotion of Georgetown World Site. Basically, everything under the sun. As long as it's related to the World site, we have to do it. we are also under the rules and regulations of like the operational guideline by World Heritage Site and the National Heritage Act, as well as the special area plan. I didn't bring it because it's 5 kgs. You can train your muscle with that, but I think you just download it. And we are now in the process of replacing the document, because by the rules, every 5 years, you should update the plan. So the story of coming to the world of disaster risk reductions started in 2017. Just some background, I started my position in 2015, December. And I have the opportunity to participate in this training that is organized by UNESCO and ICROM in Georgetown in 2017. And part of the program is to go to Kyoto, Ritsumeikan University, to attend the international training course. I would highly recommend you to go there if you have a site to take care of, because during the training, I was there and I was a bit more, much more thinner. Anyway, we were asked to come up with our case studies. So I was thinking like, it's good to understand the town and identify our attribute, come up with historical facts, and during the studies, you come up with your scenario. So we were encouraged to come up with scenario, and from historically, we have a lot of fire. And I also identified flood as one of the other 2 scenarios. And at the same time, we were asked to prepare our stakeholder list, identify who can get involved in any disaster, and who will be mobilizing, our core team, and then come up with the resources. So all these were prepared in Kyoto on the desktop. And in my presentation during the graduation day, I said, I will never use this because normally there's no earthquake in my country. There's no typhoon in my country, hardly any tsunami. I think I am quite safe. We have flood and fire. And these are the disaster scenario that we have to do before, during, and after. And these are the initiatives that I said, we can implement. I go back 3 months later, I call the university. I say, can someone help me? Because we were hit by one of the worst floods in 100 years. I think I cursed myself by saying that, nothing will happen to my side, but it happens. And immediately I open up the documents that I have from Japan, and it is very helpful to be prepared. I open up the stakeholder list. I open up of the things that I have to do and what I have learned from my colleagues. So this is the photo that I took a day after. This is my office. I have to park my car far away to walk into the site. Basically, the site is flooded with water because it was very heavy rain and it was a high tide on that day. And so it is, Penang basically is the whole island, and the mainland side is quite badly flooded. Luckily, this is my office. We were cleaning up and throwing things away, because the whole office were flooded. And this is Penang Hill. There are more than 200 landslides on Penang Hill. That is also a cultural properties, but far away from us. They are not where they site, but they are related to our site. And these are trees that are falling down, and these are my staff that, we organize our team to go out and take care of the office. And this is me and the team when we go out to help the Penang Hill. The good news is the water subsided in the water site within 1 day. There are already some plans that we planned, and we started to implement it in 2017. So it helps to contain the flood, and we get back. The water subsided very fast. And because of the flood, the awareness of the people of trying to find an answer is very high. And we organized a national workshop on harmonizing on the implemented disaster risk reduction strategy in the water site in March 2018. During that national workshop, I presented my action plans that I prepared in Kyoto, and it was very well received. So from the action plan, we come up with a poster, and what I will be presenting to you is the plan that that we have discussed with the stakeholders in Georgetown. There are communities, there are the disaster relief volunteers and government agencies and also representative from all the way to UNESCO, and what we have been doing since then, from 2018 until today. Action Plan 1. Of course, something that I've learned from Japan is like the policy making, the legislative instrument is very important. Therefore, one of the things that we wanted to be included is the National Disaster Management Agency's NADMA, a document that is any disaster in Malaysia is Arahan 20, the number 20 instructions. So our country will work on this basis. And I asked and propose that heritage to be included on these sections. So this is an activity already ongoing. We have met with the representative from Putrajaya, and they also said it's okay, it's good, and they get our numbers, and we are invited to access to the national mobilizations. This is also when there's a disaster, my country under the number 20 instructions, they have a lot of SOP, and I suggested they should not only looking at the people, safety, people, food, but also heritage. So this is like a center of heritage material or ICH management. So these are the small suggestions from our end, and it was very well received. The second plan is like, remember the 5 kilo, the master training special area plan? We are now in the process to revise it. In the past, we only have 3 pages on that. So now our team is trying to come up with chapters on what do you do, how do you prevent, and how do we manage. Because the special area plan is used by everyone, the professionals, the policymakers, the local communities on the management of the wet site. So it will be instrumental and useful, and some of the materials that we'll be including, it will be presented to you also. The third action plan is something that I've also learned from Japan is the continuous community-based capacity training. One thing that we have twisted is instead of having a workshop for 5 days, during working hours, because my community will say, sorry, I have full-time work. My boss cannot let me out Monday to Friday. So we change it. We adapt it into after office hour, and every time is only 2 hours. It's easier for the community to accept. And we use language that is very easy for them to understand. We avoid jargon. Even you want to introduce jargon, you have to relate it to their daily life. So it's more acceptable by the local communities. And because of Malaysia is a multicultural, multilingual country, so we translated into a lot of languages. Sometimes the workshop have to be done in either Mandarin or either Malay or either English, because it helps people to understand better. And I have a lot of my team are able to speak all 3 languages. So these are some of the workshops we've been doing, and we totally just adapt the system that we learned from the ITC in Rizamaikan. And these are the presentations by the local committee. So for example, Mr. Koo, he is the caretaker of the Kukongsi. And during his presentation, or the final presentation, he come to the stage and say like, he can't sleep the day before because he start to get very worried about his properties, because he know the risk now that they are facing. So I think that is the part that we are successful when we are able to implant the fear of the threats. And they also do a lot of inspiring approach that also mobilize us to move forward together with our local communities. Just for information, we have 83 Category 1 heritage building that is similar like this. So there's quite a lot of things that we have to do together. And this is from the Chia Kongsi also. We give them 1 fire extinguisher, and this Chia Kongsi go and buy another 11. So I think that is, the multiplying effects of it. The 4th action is like early warning and response system. So for this, I'm someone who don't like to have a project and have publications at the end. We decided to use the money that we get from our sponsor, either from the state government, federal government, or from UNESCO, by giving out useful things. Like we have about 5,300 modern and heritage buildings in the site. So my aim is to make sure that every single household have at least 1 unit of fire extinguisher and 1 unit of smoke detectors. And our people need to know where are these items, and they need to know how to use it. So these are the projects, and these are some of the events that we've been doing. The very good news to share with you is that earlier this year in April, the federal government already approved our applications, and we are receiving 25 million ringgit for Georgetown and 25 million ringgit for Malacca on our conservations. And this will be one of the projects that we will be doing for our site, to continue to empower the local communities. The next one is set up of the emergency response team. So we train our staff. It's part of the training that we do together with the local community and also with the local fire departments, because we ask them to come here. And I think that is useful because every time we see a fire, I have the fire department head's number. I'll text, there's a fire and there's 3 air wells, there's door at the front, there's window at the back, and who's the owner. I think that networking and the information sharing at the immediate is very important. We also do a lot of public awareness campaign. One of it is conduct first aid and AED trainings, and the 25 million ringgit from the federal. We will also encourage our local properties to install that, because we are also worried that people, when during disaster, they are not able to do it. And again, this is our office. The training was done earlier this year. It was quite well received by the local communities. And in Penang, we also have AED WhatsApp group. So they will alert us if there's a case happening, and then we can mobilize to go down and help. Okay, this one is something totally, I think I went to Kobe for the center, and I saw a very nice poster, and we decided to come back and created our own version. So you can see that, we have 4 languages on the correct way of using fire extinguishers. And we actually printed that and give it out to all the schools in Malaysia, and also to all the legislative members, the members of parliament. We just send it to them. As long as we know there's a public space, we will put it there. The idea is, I don't think anyone will read it until there's a fire. So, but at least we put the information there for people to take and use it. That is a concept, more practical and useful. I have 2 more minutes. So these are some of the examples. Red color, fire. Blue color, flood. And we actually get a lot of inputs from the local community before we print. They suggested some improvement. I think the interactive with the community is very important. The next action plan is easy. It's also something that we learned during the flood. Like my colleague told, there is a flood and there is a lot of personal properties that bring their identity. The family photos, certificate, everything was flooded. So we receive a lot of calls of like, hey, my father, mother certificates of marriage were flooded. How do we do it? So we decided to come out with this poster of very easy step. Our easy means like less than 10 steps. And we give it out to all the community, and they can use it. And during the flood time, we actually bought like 5 irons and give it to let people use it. So these are small things, but I think on the context of what we are doing, because we are also very local level, so we try to make it very practical and adapt of like, we don't use kitchen towels so much, but we have toilet papers and we have tissue papers. So we will discuss together of what other materials available and make it useful. We also work, these days we have already a format of how to do post-disaster damage assessment. So although my office is taking care of the Waitai site, but in particular in state of Penang, if there's a fire, we will be receiving the call to go down and do assessment. So the first one is an old temple on the mainland. We go down and help. And this one is shop houses opposite our office. We also go down and help. Next one is to come out with the list of cultural heritage property and artifacts and get safeguard a copy by our office. We also have been doing that. But however, in my society, they prefer not to disclose all this information to the public. So we only keep it in a safe location, but not available on online. But there are also things that is available on online. In particular, during COVID time, we have the opportunity of not being able to meet anyone, so it depends on our handphone. And therefore, we encourage people to give us information and we share it on our websites. So you can find this still on our website. So we at least now have the context of people who like their profiles to be available to the public. It is a useful and more practical database. And also, we also launched a project called Heritage Video during the COVID time. We asked our intangible cultural heritage practitioners to use their handphone and record what do they do. It's about 50 minutes, and all these available on YouTube are in subtitles also. So this is another way that we do documentation and data sharing. And of course, we hope to develop the GIS for disaster risk reduction. What we have completed is identify all the hydrant in the WRT site, and we share the information with the fire departments. And this is the new hydrant that is in front of our office. So we are also trying to sponsor more new hydrants and make it possible for everyone. And another plan that we also proposed at that time is to create a CCTV that can control and observe, the situations. And the local council already have a very cool CCTV room with a lot of CCTVs. And the final one is to work closely with other partners, in particular the Penang Hill. So you can see this. This one is just, I think, a few months after the disaster. This one was last month. So after 5 years, they have recovered quite well. And Georgetown, WRT site, and Penang Hill, now we have become very close partners due to disaster. I think that is very helpful. And these are some of the examples that we'll be using in our office. This is our new office. We are now using it as a showroom to the local communities on disaster prevention, for example, and also heritage conservations. This is a floodgate. We purposely paint it red just for education purposes, because we are trying to introduce floodgate and as a early prevention of flood. And also the changes of the old electrical system and the wall on top of the roof to avoid the fire from spreading. So these are some of the things that we are doing. So I hope that we all can work together, not only for the heritage property itself, but we have to think about the next generations. And this photo is a visit by the schools to our office. So we decided to teach them about importance of floodgate by letting them play in the water. They can try to splash the water into the building, and that is their missions. And by doing that, they know that, oh, this is called floodgate, and we hope that when they go back, they can talk to their parents and their family. So I think the involvement of the future generation on our work is very important, and I think that is also our directions. These are credits to some of the partners that we have in Georgetown. We have more, and I think the experience from Georgetown, I hope it will be useful for many of you, and I'm very glad to learn from all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ang. Marathon, it was indeed very insightful. Thank you. Now, let's open the floor for the questions and comments. Professor Shimetsuma, please.
それでは質疑応答に入りたいと思うんですけれども、ちょっと
Let us now start the questions and answer session. I finished with presenting all 47 slides.
タイムキーパーの方に
To the timekeeper, I have a question. If my memory serves correctly, I thought, how long are we going to continue the question and answers?
From now.
今から10分ですね。ありがとうございます。
10 minutes for the discussions. Thank you very much. So let's have 10 minutes question and answers. Anybody who would like to take the floor? Anybody who would like to ask a question?
もしないようであれば、こちらの方。
If not, allow me to appoint the questioner. Professor Kanai, I believe you seem to be the most appropriate person to be an icebreaker to ask a question. Please. Can you hear me? I was not prepared with a lot of graphics and a lively presentation. I was able to tell what's happening in Georgetown. Thank you very much. So about the content of the questions for the risk management, very thorough and very good. I learned a lot, no questions whatsoever. But my expertise is building and construction. I'm in charge of the historic heritage in Japan and preservation of those historic heritage. So for the preservation of the cultural heritages, I have a question. In Japan, there is the laws and the action, the act, and the flood and the fires are the main cause of those disasters. Most of the cultural heritage in Japan are made of wood, so the fire is a very terrible source of disaster. Because of that, be it whether it is traditional or modern buildings, fire regulations are very strict in Japan. So it is necessary to use non-combustible materials or the woods. So it's better to rebuild the old traditional heritages and buildings because we need to come up with the non-combustible materials. That seems to be one of the risks. In order to ameliorate such regulation, there is the law. You have shown us the hydrant pictures. So you have to be equipped with the fire preventive measures. It is very costly to the eyes of us who are going to protect the cultural heritages. So when you talk about the future of Georgetown, the regulations of the building, you must have the laws related to the regulation of the heritages. I'm wondering whether those laws and regulations are giving rather adverse impact on the preservation of the buildings and construction in Malaysia. If there is such a regulation and laws, how are you going to be responding to such act and regulation?
The fire brigade representative sits in the committee that approve new development applications. They are, other than heritage, they are the second most difficult agency to get approval. Everyone says, oh, it's very difficult to get approval from heritage. They are equally difficult because we have very strict guidelines of what to do. And at one time, there is conflict between what they want and what we want, because they will say, "Oh, no wood." I say, "No, you take away my wood. I lost my heritage." So we actually will work together. So we come, for example, if you are Category 2 building, new developments at the back, at extension, we agreed now it's possible for you to use sandwich. Means like concrete in the middle to prevent fire. And for aesthetic, you can have a wood on top and below. That is how we find compromising. Number two is like, in order to obey the laws, in Malaysia, we also have very strict laws on all buildings in terms of fire. And for, at one point, my office and the fire brigade, we agreed that human life is always number one. We don't compromise on that. Properties is number two. And so we now also train the fire brigade of, if, for example, if you see this building, don't break the door, break the window, because I only have one door, I have many windows. So that's why we do a lot of activities at different heritage buildings so that they get a chance to see and they will remember. So these are the training that we provided to them, because we were thinking of like, we can do a lot of documentations, but rebuilding, there are certain elements that is not duplicatable and what is compromisable. And another thing is also the sprinkler system, because in the category 1 or category 2, I'm trying to encourage sprinkle system because the temperature change and then the water will come down. However, in my country, for a sprinkle system, you need a big water tank. Where do you store a big water tank? In the heritage building? Our office, I was talking like, can I dig like underground to keep my water tank? And if I am not able to do it, who can do it? So these are some of the things that we have to be innovative in order to come up with a new idea. We are also in the negotiation with Australia on paint that will slow down the fire. You know, they call it fire-resistant paint and things like that. But again, it is cool with those products, but it's expensive. And if the local people feel that they don't want to buy it, then what is the local knowledge that we have? So these pictures that I show you at the end, number 46 maybe, where you have on the roof, this is the traditional knowledge. You know, they build this so that fire cannot jump from one roof to another one. But the issue is when there is a fire, it spreads very fast because the partition between houses were made in wood. So now we are also working with the local councils because my office is a non-statutory, but we involve in all the statutory committees. So we are now sitting in the committee and saying that, you know, it is possible to do sandwich. So we need to have a balance of aesthetic and practicality. And also the sprinkler system, I have to negotiate with the water supply departments because we were even thinking of using water from the well. There are certain buildings that still have a well in their buildings, but it's not allowed to be consumption according to the modern rules. So there needs to be a lot of lobbying, discussing, policy making to make the next step possible. That's why every time I come to Japan, I appreciate the opportunities to learn because I still see that, you know, our city, when we call it the 2017 event, as the typhoon tail just swept on us, and we're like, yeah, oh no, what should we do? But Japan stands strong despite all the challenges that you face. So I think we can continue to learn from Japan in particular and all the other cities on how to take care of the properties better.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do understand the situation is very similar to Japan, but various departments discussed with each other for a good solution. Thank you.
So, any other question? Yeah, because I wonder, we don't have less time, so for one question, 10 minutes. I really admire your enthusiasm, and your presentation is very, how to say, comprehensive and very informative. And thank you very, very much for your presentation. So we would like to move to the next presentation, and please, how to say, じゃあ皆さん最後拍手。
So join me in giving the big applause to her. Thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Next, we have the case study from Nepal. The presentation titled Disaster Memory for Disaster Mitigation Planning focused on the spontaneous emergency evacuation shelters in historic city of Nepal will be delivered by Shakya Lata, Associate Professor at Kinugasa Research Organization, Institute of Disaster Mitigation for Urban Cultural Heritage, Ritsumeikan University, Japan. Originally from Nepal, Professor Shakya has been actively researching on community development for disaster mitigation, community resilience, inheritance of disaster memories, disaster response management, and recovery planning. Professor Shakya Lata, over to you. Please take the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be here today as a panelist and share some research works on this topic. I will introduce the spontaneous emergency evacuation shelters developed in historic city of Nepal. This is a an overview of the recent earthquake in Nepal, a magnitude of 6.4 in western Nepal, specifically in Jajarkot area. As a result of this earthquake, 154 people have lost their lives and 364 others have been injured. And additionally, more than 26,000 houses have been fully damaged, while 35,000 have been partially damaged. And unfortunately, due to the lack of sufficient evacuation shelters, 32 survivors have already died to extreme cold in temporary evacuation shelters. So this highlights the significant deficiency in preparedness for the disaster emergency response. The recovery process could be divided into 5 periods, and today my presentation will be covered for 2 periods, maybe a temporary evacuation phase and evacuation life phase. Typically in Japan, there are designated evacuation shelters in each region to provide victims with indoor secure spaces until temporary shelters can be established. Currently, there are more than 40,000 designated evacuation shelters throughout Japan. Certainly, living in evacuation shelters presents challenges to the quality of life for residents, and improvements are needed. But initiatives such as emergency shelter management manuals, regional disaster prevention planning, and local level disaster mitigation mappings are very significant initiations. And the reason why these kind of initiatives are developed is the concept of community-based disaster risk reduction. And we all know that the first responder of disaster is community. And this, the concept of CBDRR is grounded in the idea that when communities have the right resources and know how to handle disasters, they can greatly reduce the impact of these events. And this is why this CBDRR is now widely accepted in local, both local and international policies as seen in the Sendai framework. In Japan, many community-based organizations like Jishobu and Jichikai have played a crucial role during 2011 Tohoku earthquake. And this is a concept of mutual help. And today I'm going to present the role of community-based organization for disaster response in terms of Nepal Gorkha earthquake. And some lesson learning parts could be utilized for disaster preparedness. Firstly, we'll revisit past disasters. So this is the picture of earthquake occurred in 1934. And because that time Nepal is kind of isolation country, we can find only this single book written regarding this earthquake. So and this book was written by the government person. So the information was very limited. And in this book, they have written that they have arranged 4 evacuation shelters. And there is also written that only 1 month after the transportation is open to outside the Kathmandu. So we can imagine that how the confusion was there. And there is no information how the community has responded it. Nothing documentation can be found. And so I just started my research on what kind of disaster was occurred that time. And I did my survey in 2013 and could do an interview with 4 survivors. And I came to know that they stayed in courtyard and for months, and there was some, they have very little memory. So it was quite difficult to figure out what kind of response they did. And somehow I just tried to figure out these are the courtyards. They lived there for months, and even I just asked how many people were there and how they survived. So, but these are the limitations they remember. So I felt that it is very important to document quick after the disaster to learn what happened. And that time I just, even no one was interested in remembering that disaster. Everyone was feeling very normal that we will not have any disaster. And after 1.5 years, 2015 Gorkha earthquake is happened. And surprisingly, people lived at courtyard as evacuation shelter, as during interview the people said. And after this earthquake, our team of Rizme Khan University just went for interview survey, and we did 55 household interview and also group interview survey to figure out how they responded this disaster. And we just made one memory book. This is the book, and initially I did coordination of this book, and the good part is I could include the local students and local community to make this book. And this has 180 illustrations, and it is published in English and Nepali language. So, we also made a publication event in the same courtyard, which is used for evacuation shelter. So it is the kind of disaster memory activities to make people remember what happened. So, and this is the book. And now I would like to introduce how, the case study, more detail that how can we utilize this for preparedness. So this is the courtyard. This is the case study site, Patan, World Heritage Site of Nepal. Yes. So the historic city Patan is known as Newar town, and Newar is an ethnic group, the historical inhabitants. The Newar art and architecture were developed in medieval period. And it is highly evaluated that 3 Darbar squares along with 4 other temples were inscribed as World Heritage Sites in 1979. And not only World Heritage Site, but there are also numerous monasteries, temples, stoops, and public facilities which were created more than 1,000 years ago. So the place is very historical, and you can find many, many monuments inside the city. Also, the Newar towns are renowned for their close association with gods, goddesses, and abundant spaces that surround them. The table and picture shows the various monasteries with courtyards, and also in nodes, squares of the town, also they have temples and public rest house together. So besides courtyards, there are nodes or squares in Newar town, which is used as a religious space as well as the communal space. And so why these numerous monuments remain in Newar towns? The reason is its traditional management system called Guthi and Sangha. So each of the monument and ritual has this management system, and the obligation is handed down as family tradition. In other hand, the public spaces do not have such organization, but they are managed by a neighborhood organization called Toll Committee, which is quite similar with Jichikai of Japan. So the GUTI is kind of non-territorial based organization, and toll committee is territorial based organization. When we look at the community unit of the town detail, the smallest administration unit is ward, and but there exists informal smallest community unit composed of a good group of houses in courtyards or streets based on main entrance of the house, which is called toll. So toll committee is a kind of self-governance. So these three tolls, which is formed by the large courtyards, are the main survey area. Named, this one is Nagbaha, this is Nyakatsuka, and this is Ilanani. So these courtyards were used as evacuation site. So before we look at how they are used during emergency response, this is the first we need to figure out what kind of resource this area has. I have analyzed firstly what kind of monuments are there, and because this is a monastery neighborhood site, they have many Buddhist monasteries. Saitya means stoops, and Mandara means the monuments. And also they have a community house, which is used for religious events. And also they have water resources like Hiti and well, which is also a historical place, which is, the water is used for monuments and temples. So this is for one courtyard, and this is for another two courtyards. These are the traditional resources of these courtyards. And this is pictures of courtyards when the religious events happens, and sometimes the courtyard is used for women's organizations, annual functions, wedding ceremonies. So courtyards are the space for their communities' everyday life environment. And this is the another part as a traditional resource, not only the space, physical part, but the human resource. As a human resource or social resource, every toll committee has subcommittees like a women's committee, youth's committee, and Buddhist monastery related committee, and Sangha committee. This is for management of the monument. And with these all sub-organizations, toll committee do everyday cleaning and security-based activities. Even they supply water for each houses, and yes, so they have many activities inside this neighborhood area. So you can find this community has a good organization, and they are continuing their activities from normal time. And when earthquake happened, this is the summarize of two courtyards. You can find there were the evacuees more than 500 and 1,100. These are the evacuees numbers. And here I have written how community has responded. So for arrangement of sleeping goods, toilets, and water, the community arranged for everyone who evacuated here. And they also arranged for cooking food free meal distributed for 5 days. And yeah, these are some of activities. And even they have arranged their community house as a temporary shelter to the victims who really needs the living space. So this is the kind of community response for the evacuation shelter. And this is the organization involved, manage how they involving organization for managing emergency evacuation shelter. So you can find here are the courtyard name and the place which is used, and the supports. So you can find not only toll committee, but the GUTI. GUTI is mainly organization of traditional monument management organization. So we can find there are many traditional organizations who involved for managing this shelter. But overall, toll committee give the role of the leadership, and toll committee managed with the support of various individuals and groups, including local GUTI. I also tried to analyze whether how this emergency evacuation shelter is function, and these content are actually I referred from Japan's evacuation shelter guideline, and I found that somehow they respond all the part, but of course it is not enough. They just try to do every part, but certainly there are many challenges. The main challenge was the lack of tent. There are very coldest because everyone is living in open space. So there is a coldness, raining, and there are less of caring of elderly, handicaps, and obviously lack of toilets, arrangement of evacuation route, and lack of connection with local government. So they have very less support from local government. So these are the challenges. Even community could respond well for some days, but there are many challenges. So these are the contents how emergency response was happened by community. So now I would like to explain the government's response. So in Nepal, after earthquake, there are 11 clusters established by government to respond to earthquake. So each cluster has 2 partners. One is from government of Nepal and another is INGOs. And regarding to emergency shelter, this 3 and 6 are the main responsible cluster. And in report of IOM, there is written that before earthquake, they have already 83 open spaces listed as evacuation sites. But in real, out of the 83 locations, only 32 were utilized, and only 16 places were managed by government, while other remaining 16 were organized by the affected individuals. And even a study which explained that the affected individuals found open spaces near their homes, and as of May 1st, which is 1 week after the earthquake, more than 1,200 locations within the Kathmandu Valley had been identified as spontaneous shelters. So these are the, we can find the gap between the government response and real shelters. And this is another example, which is not from Patan, but Bhaktapur, which is also one of the World Heritage Site. And this is the settlement named Kaminani. This is also one of the toll, and it includes 38 houses. And because they couldn't find evacuation site inside core area, they just found evacuations one event hall. They just rented it, and they spent more than 1 month here, but all community just stayed here. And okay, so also they also managed to source land here and built temporary house, and they also demolished the upper floors, which were risk, and they also made crowdfunding to rebuild these 38 houses together. But somehow this project couldn't go forward because of the lack of public help to deal with various legal processes. But we can say that community could have capacity to respond this kind of activities. And this is also another example of village which is totally different from historic area. And this village is 22 kilometers far from Kathmandu Valley, and this is a settlement which is 99% houses are collapsed. And this settlement doesn't have any community houses or any cultural heritage. So when they just evacuated in this plastic house, which is made for the field work, and even when they got some help from government, they just added these shelters for individuals. So we couldn't find any communal activities here. So I think that the cultural heritage makes role to create communal activities, and somehow we can compare with the cultural heritage included area and without the cultural heritage area. So this is the conclusion part, and I think for the disaster preparedness, so we need enhanced community resilience, and for that, understanding the disaster risks by documenting disaster memories, and then the important part is to understand the religion, resources, these capacities and vulnerability of the community. And then create disaster mitigation plans based on those resources and implement it as a regular community activity, not a specific for disaster mitigation. And of course, we need collaboration and coordination between local community and government. And I just want to add a little more about because currently I'm doing a survey of 46 Buddhist monasteries in Patan, and to figure out whether these monastery and monastery courtyards were utilized as evacuation shelters. And as a result, there were 22 Buddhist monasteries were actually utilized as evacuation shelter. And there were more than 50 to 150 people were evacuated there. And also we found that the space was utilized about 1 month. The courtyard is used as 1 month average, and the building is used for 2 or 3 weeks. So I think there's a very much potentiality to make emergency shelter of Buddhist monasteries. And I just did currently in field survey. This is a Buddhist monastery settlement. This is a courtyard, and there are many these alleys. And I just started to do a workshop with community to figure out what kind of disaster preparedness they should think about this area. Yes, that's all. And I think the preparedness should begin from community, and community is the most important part for preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shakya. We may have room for 1 or 2 questions or comments. So, Professor Shimotsuma, may I pass the floor to you first?
So any comments? Please.
Very detailed preparation for the earthquake, and thank you for your presentation. Just one question: how do you make sure the safety of the open space itself? I saw the pictures that the surroundings was 5 or to 6 level floor. How do you ensure the safety, structural safety of these buildings surrounding the open spaces? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your question. Yes, it is one of the biggest problem for this project. So we are currently I'm collaborating with another researcher who is structural engineering part, and he will be analyzing and some simulation about how the surrounding building will be collapsed with what kind of earthquake level. And yes, I'm also doing, and the technical part is also there, but I think we can have awareness within community that which part is safe. And in that term, when we were talking with this during this workshop, even community knows that the 10 meters, they just evacuated in middle side of the courtyard, thinking of the safety of the buildings. So it is not a technical one, but their experience, and they just figure out themselves which is safety. But I strongly feel that we need to give some technical support for the safety. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. よろしいですか?
Does that answer your question? Any other questions? Yes, please. Thank you very much. About the evacuation shelter, when you are going to use the historic sites for the purpose of evacuation, so it doesn't have to be the historic sites, right? So why is it that you are focusing on the courtyards or the historic sites to be utilized for evacuation? What are the advantages? That's one. And also the risk of the construction and buildings by being evacuated into the historic site. Are there anything that we need to be concerned with, or are there any limitation because of the historic sites? Thank you very much. First of all, the area designated is the old city center. Because this is the old city center, it's very hard to begin with to find the evacuation places. And the government designated some remote area as an evacuation site. This is the old town. In walking distance for 10 minutes, there is a big university campus. And the ground space of the university was designated by the government as the evacuation site. Nobody goes there for evacuation. So they try to select to be evacuated to such a wide courtyard. It's not a must, but this is the features or the people's feelings for each region as to how you will be able to maximize the use of the resources. When we think about that, that seems to be the reason why we select such place. But we have to be also concerned with the anti-seismic aspect of the building. And some of the alleys are very narrow, small alleys. And there are some narrow, small alleys, and everybody is very much scared of those small streets. Be it the Japanese experts or the other experts, I hope you would be able to pay the visit to those places, especially when you go to those alleys in Kyoto. They are trying to maintain and retain those alleys. At the same time, they are giving consideration fully to the prevention of the disasters in those small alleys. Since we are holding the workshops, as you can see here, there are several courtyards created, and people are able to go out of this place. I believe there are 3 houses, and they are able to go through 3 houses on the first floor. And if you exit, you will be able to go out to the wider street. But inhabitants are not very much concerned with, because this is customary for them to do this. I know, but there is a risk, so there has to be the awareness nurtured in the minds of the people that there is the risk. And I hope I will be able to invite the experts to look into this so that we would be able to have the bottom-up approach to enhance the level of awareness of the people living there.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. I think it is time. Does that answer your question? Thank you very much. So in view of time, we would like to move on and end the presentation by Associate Professor Sakihara. Thank you very much.
Next, let us invite the final speaker of today's session. Ms. Amanda Oss is a Senior Heritage Advisor from Christchurch City Council, New Zealand. She has been involved in a broad range of heritage identification, assessment, policy and planning in Christchurch since 2000, including throughout the response and recovery phases of the Canterbury earthquakes. Today, she will share with us the lessons learned and the changes made after these earthquakes, aimed at supporting heritage risk reduction and increased resilience in New Zealand. Ms. Oss, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to share this case study with you today. I'm honoured, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Ngāi Tahu as the iwi tribe and tēnā tuahuriri who hold mana whenua traditional tribal authority over Christchurch. My presentation addresses disaster risk mitigation and preparedness measures for heritage places in Aotearoa, New Zealand, within an Ōtautahi Christchurch context. This is focused on lessons learnt and legislative and policy changes made after the Canterbury earthquake of 22nd of February 2011, which had a devastating impact on human life and the built heritage environment. Today I will outline some of the structural and non-structural methods that have been developed both locally and nationally which support heritage risk reduction and increased resilience. I draw on the case study of Christchurch City Council-owned heritage buildings to illustrate a range of conservation outcomes for repairing and improving resilience of a range of traditional structures. These have achieved positive outcomes for community use and the intangible aspects the community values. National and local plans and strategies have been developed which support resilience for heritage, and the local heritage profession is actively seeking to influence change at a local and national level to bridge gaps between policy and practice. Here is just a snapshot of Christchurch's heritage places. Our built European heritage was very well recognised prior to the earthquakes. However, mana whenua Māori heritage values being less visible or embedded in the landscape were not well recognised or provided for. Increased understanding of the nature of earthquakes in New Zealand and the seismic performance of unreinforced masonry buildings was gained through the level of damage observed from the earthquakes. This has led to changes in the building code to improve the seismic resilience of buildings and structures. I also note that Ngāi Tahu Māori culture and heritage was impacted by the earthquakes, as you can see here with this collapsed cultural marker. New Zealand is an earthquake-prone country due to its location where the Pacific and Australian tectonic plates meet. Our biggest natural hazard is the extensive alpine fault, which historically produces an earthquake of magnitude 8.0 and poses a high probability of rupturing in the next 50 years. The circle just indicates where Christchurch is located in New Zealand. The Building Amendment Act 2016 established a national register for all earthquake-prone buildings and the division of the country into 3 seismic risk areas: high, medium and low, with varying timeframes for identification and remediation of buildings in these areas. Once again, Christchurch is in the high seismic risk area. Therefore, earthquake-prone buildings on key strategic routes require strengthening within 7.5 years of notice being served, and the remainder of earthquake-prone buildings must be strengthened or demolished within 15 years of the notice. If the building is listed as Category 1 on the national list, owners can apply for an extension of time by 10 years. However, the majority of our earthquake-prone heritage buildings are not provided with an option to extend the timeframes. This slide just indicates that heritage is one factor taken into account in the legislation to be balanced with the other factors. Due to earthquake-related damage and the necessary repair, most of Christchurch's remaining heritage schedule buildings have now been strengthened. However, for other centres, this is a large-scale issue. Although the legislation has explicit requirements and timeframes, many owners are still delaying strengthening their heritage buildings. Funding and support is very limited. Local authorities have powers to undertake the works and charge the owner for the associated costs, but in practice this is proving difficult. This building in Wellington sat vacant for many years because of disagreement between the owner and the council, and in October this year it was ordered for demolition after it suffered fire damage. This could unfortunately become a common scenario for New Zealand's earthquake-prone heritage buildings. Christchurch City Council's post-earthquake repair and strengthening program has addressed a comprehensive variety of building types, materials, construction systems, eras and styles that are characteristic of New Zealand's built European heritage. Heritage conservation principles and practice, as set out in the ICOMOS New Zealand Charter 2010, have been applied to the greatest extent possible, given the physical and regulatory limitations. Traditional construction methods imported to New Zealand by the British colonists were not designed in anticipation of earthquakes, and in some cases significant change to original structural systems has been unavoidable in order to reduce the seismic risks. Local perceptions have shifted post-earthquake in terms of what are acceptable degrees of change to heritage fabric to achieve overall positive outcomes for intangible heritage values. Interventions to increase seismic performance are now generally considered to be part of the story of our heritage items. So let's look at some examples. This is a detail of the Citizens' War Memorial. You can see this is one place where the structural connection has been added and was not, unfortunately, not able to be concealed in the back of the statue. The memorial actually fared well in the earthquake, but for future resilience of it and for the ongoing use of the Christchurch Cathedral, the memorial was completely deconstructed, relocated to council land near its original location within the Christchurch Cathedral grounds. And there had been public and political pressure to have the memorial accessible once more for remembrance ceremonies. So this just shows how the monument was moved. And this is a mock-up showing the completed restored cathedral with its new visitor centre and the relocated monument. Deconstruction actually confirmed that the original structural system was inadequate for modern requirements, and it uncovered hidden deterioration. Stonemasons carefully reattached reusable stones in their original locations with work to a very high standard of craftsmanship onto a new structural frame. For the most part, strengthening was able to be increased with minimal visual impact on the aesthetic value of this symbolic memorial, which is now able to return to use as a community focal point for yearly war memorial commemorations. It was important that the cross remained intact throughout, and it was not deconstructed. Religious blessings at key stages were an important part of the project, and the well-attended rededication ceremony by Her Royal Highness Princess Anne reflects New Zealand's traditional connections with the United Kingdom. A completely different structure, this is an earth cottage, which was badly damaged in the earthquake, as you can see. Because of modern building code requirements and just the nature of the construction, reconstructing would be difficult without impacting in authenticity and architectural technological values. So for this case, we asked the community what they thought we should do, and the public supported this option, which is quite a different one for Christchurch. But what this meant was that no loss of the heritage fabric was required. It retains key aspects of the significance of the cottage, and it makes it accessible to the public. They can view the damage, they can see the earth's construction from the different stages. Timber buildings fared well in the earthquakes, however the brick chimneys and traditional lath and plaster wall and ceiling linings did not. So we've lost those two things with quite a few of our heritage buildings. But in this case, the council were able to retain the lath and plaster system, and we rebuilt the chimney on a modern structural frame, and the building's used for residential. This building is a rare public brick building in the Queen Anne style. Because of the significance of the exterior brickwork, concrete shear walls were installed on the interior for strengthening. You can see this photo shows there has been some impact on interior spaces, with one of the arches being shortened so that it's no longer symmetrical. This approach contrasts with the former Mona Vale homestead. The ground floor exterior brick walls were badly damaged and they were deconstructed. The floor plan at the bottom, the highlighted section, shows the extent of deconstruction of the ground floor. Bricks were carefully salvaged and numbered and then relaid over a new strengthened structure, with the building tied together by 4 portal steel frames that also formed the rebuilt chimneys. With this level of, invasive work, it also meant that a full program of upgrade to plumbing, electrical, heating, cooling, insulation, building code, fire, etc. could be carried out, which makes it a fully resilient events venue for ongoing community use. The extent of deconstruction also uncovered heritage fabric that we didn't know about, such as this mosaic floor. One of our younger heritage buildings, the Christchurch Town Hall from the 1970s, has required considerable structural strengthening. Extensive work was required to the substructure in the bottom right image, and a raft foundation added, but intervention to the exterior was able to be minimised. The auditorium remains internationally recognised for its acoustic performance, and the interior heritage fabric was carefully removed and later reinstated for this iconic building to remain part of the community life and collective memory. The former Provincial Council buildings complex in timber and stone is one of Council's few remaining heritage earthquake-prone buildings and damaged buildings yet to be strengthened and repaired. While debate continues over its future and until funding is secured, resilience for this long-term vacant complex means active management of agents of decay and risk reduction measures for fire, informed by my disaster risk plan for the building prepared as part of the ITC course. So this is what has been able to be achieved just in this year. Resilience for this place also means maintaining community connections with its heritage values and engaging with Māori as well as European values. This is some open days and lectures that have been held. This slide shows some examples of new structures which have been added to the Christchurch landscape to build resilience of Māori heritage values through partnership projects with the Council. As well as physical measures for resilience, recent local and national strategies and guidance recognise and provide for the need for risk mitigation and preparedness for heritage places. Heritage New Zealand's recent publications on disaster risk management provide heritage building owners and the New Zealand heritage profession with a local benchmark for best practice. Disaster risk management plans for heritage are not yet widespread in New Zealand. The National Disaster Resilience Strategy 2019 and the government-led National Adaptation Plan 2022 do recognise the importance of heritage places to communities and the need to increase their resilience, including through disaster risk management plans. This shows that heritage is actually being taken into account. On a local level, the Christchurch Heritage Strategy was developed in partnership with Māori, local Māori, and in collaboration with the community. They told us that tangible and intangible heritage values are inseparable. The development of the strategy in this way helped recovery and also has helped build resilience through increased understanding of the heritage resource and how the community values heritage. It also established the need for Council to lead and to work in partnership and collaboration. This is the specific action in the strategy for disaster risk management. New Zealand is a small country with a small heritage profession. We're all very closely connected. We basically all know each other, and that's not really an exaggeration. This, together with our Kiwi do-it-yourself mindset, means we can act quickly and be nimble and get stuff done, as you can see in this image. However, a small heritage profession means a small heritage voice in a land where personal property rights are fiercely defended. It's vital that we have legislation and processes to support heritage protection and provide a role for heritage professionals in emergency response and disaster risk management. And this is starting to occur. Civil defence and emergency legislation was amended in 2015 and 16 to recognise cultural and historic heritage assets as one of 11 response objectives, and to formalise a role for the national heritage body to provide advice on heritage matters during emergencies. ICOMOS New Zealand have recently submitted on the Emergency Management Bill 2023. They noted the lack of provision for heritage in emergencies in the revised legislation and recommended that central government identify and formalise a role for heritage technical experts during all phases of emergencies. Positively, as part of this proposed legislation, a newly formalised role for Māori in emergency management is provided for. This recognises the relevance of traditional Māori skills and knowledge to disaster risk management. These images illustrate the traditional marae complex and traditional values systems. History shows that marae are often well placed and willing to provide support and assistance to people affected by an emergency, and this role is starting to be better recognised and provided for. But we can't just rely on legislation and policy. In New Zealand, in the context of New Zealand, building relationships is key. In recent years, disaster risk management and emergency management training, guidance and information sharing for heritage has increased. A key moment was in 2018 when the representatives from across the Canterbury region and the emergency management sectors met for the first time at the Bringing Heritage and Emergency Management Together workshop. Since then, we've held workshops and training on risk reduction and preparing disaster risk plans. We've integrated heritage locational data into fire service and civil defence systems, and we've trained heritage professionals in civil defence and the Emergency Operations Centre. So here we are with the Christchurch City Council Heritage team and local Heritage New Zealand staff meeting with the Civil Defence Manager, who has invited us to make ourselves at home in the Emergency Operations Centre, and we can undertake scenarios there. And we also invited the Fire Service Senior Resilience Advisor to a workshop on disaster risk management for regional museums. Attendees went away and immediately connected with their local fire service. I think the disaster risk management messages were all the more stronger when they were delivered directly by the emergency management professionals. The Ōtautahi Christchurch experience has provided important lessons for New Zealand's heritage sector to learn from, and an impetus to improve heritage risk mitigation and preparedness. The key to effecting local change has been to start with upskilling the heritage sector in civil defence systems and disaster risk management planning for heritage, to include emergency management experts in heritage action planning for increased resilience, and to collaborate with the fire service and civil defence emergency management. Equally, working with our treaty partners and the community in the development of an implementation plan for the Christchurch Heritage Strategy established a strong foundation of collaboration on which to build community participation in heritage disaster risk management in line with the current international heritage discourse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oz. Now let's open the floor for the final discussion. Are there any questions or comments from the panelists or commentators, please?
Any questions or comments or observers? Please. Thank you very much. I have been more or less monopolizing the floor, but there is something which are related to the project I'm going to embark upon. So I might have misheard, but for some designated buildings and cultural heritage, the approach should be given to fire departments for the disaster risk reduction for the designated cultural properties. How is it working? What is the working relationship between the heritage community and firefighting community?
An informal relationship. From a local perspective, we have made contact with the fire risk resilience advisor, and we've started to build a relationship with him. So he has advised us on a number of council-owned heritage buildings, such as the provincial council buildings that I showed you, so on a case-by-case basis. And we have, as I said, we have invited him to workshops, and when we are talking to the community groups, museums, heritage building owners, so that they can advise. So it's fairly informal, and it's not something that is happening nationally, but it's certainly something I'm trying to promote wherever I can.
それはそのアドバイスをいただく。
So receiving advice, for instance, I'm interested in the various items. Any advice regarding the layout of the exhibits or materials collected? Any specific advice about the collections, exhibits, for instance?
Workshop with regional museums, we advised the museums to contact the local fire service and to invite them to the museum and to show them around so they're familiar. We also advised them they need to provide documentation of priority items for rescuing. Yes.
すごくそこ私がこれ。
Thank you very much. Exactly. That is something I'm going to embark upon in our project in Ukraine. I'd like to ask for your further advice later regarding this point.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? If not, I would like to ask a question myself, if that's okay. In your presentation, as well as in the materials presented, in case of Christchurch, I think the heritage buildings that remain require budgeting for the repair. I think there's a clear scheduling regulation, and if it does not meet that time frame, and if there is a delay, the funding and assistance cannot be provided. There is a strict rule regarding the repair application, and I think the fact that there is a deadline for budgeting would reduce the level of quality provided for restoration work, I believe, because there will be not enough review made towards how much money is actually required. And also, coordination with other organizations are made difficult if there is a strict regulation regarding the timing of budget request, for example. So, as far as I have read, I think that seems to be a big issue for heritage professionals. So, regarding such a matter, is there any voice coming from the residents or the owners of the heritage requesting improvements? Or, although such voices surface, there is no solution given. Is that the situation, or are there no voice to start with to ask for improvements on such strict regulations regarding budgeting, for example?
Thank you for your question. You have understood correctly. There will be a huge pressure on our heritage buildings because of the strict timeframes and the lack of government support. At this point in time, because of the timeframes are coming up, so we will soon hit the point of pressure. So at this stage, we are, as a heritage profession, we are starting to have discussions about what is needed. Some centres, such as Wellington, have produced guidance for heritage building owners on how to plan a project where they could obtain funding to strengthen their buildings. But there is limited guidance. In terms of the quality of the work, I don't know that it would reduce the quality of strengthening work because of the timeframes and lack of budget, I think. Because there is still a resource consent, a consent approval process for heritage buildings that has to be met. So that will ensure quality, but I think it just means that perhaps the works will not be done, and we will see a lot of applications for demolition of heritage buildings. In terms of national coordination, I think there is work for the heritage profession that we need to do to advocate for better support. That's all I can really say for now.
Thank you very much. In case of Japan, I would just introduce what we are doing. According to my understanding, in Japan, disaster response is making the use of budget rather flexible. In other words, before the national government making decisions, the situation is such that work can already begin. And I think there's a flexibility in using the government budget. So if there's a need, we can provide you with information as to what we are doing in Japan. Thank you very much.
So it's 20 minutes before 5, but maybe we can accept one more question. I see none. So today, we'd like to thank her for sharing with us a presentation which has given us a lot of input for further thoughts. Thank you very much.
Now, first of all, apologies for going a little bit beyond the completion time. Thank you so much for bringing us to a very productive session today. We have now approached the time to conclude the day one. On behalf of ACCU Nara, I would like to thank all speakers, commentators, as well as the guests and observers for joining the session today. Now, before we go, here are some final announcements. Tomorrow's session will start at 9:30 here in the same conference room. In the first half of the day, keynote speech from Ms. Aparna Tandon, Senior Program Leader from ICROM, is on the agenda. The second half of the day will be dedicated to the panel discussion moderated by Professor Shimotsuma. Now, this concludes the day one of ACCU International Symposium 2023. Our panelists are kindly asked to wait in the venue until we make the transport arrangements for you. Thank you so much for your participation today. Thank you.